Greetings from Sepang International Circuit in the heart of Malaysia. This is round 2 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, and you're here live for the afternoon session. We're beginning with free practice 2 for the ASB 1000, the Asia Superbike 1000 Superbike class. In the morning session we saw a convincing performance, dominating performance indeed, by Zakwan Zaidi, and we had really good showings too from defending champion Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman and the Thai Yamahas of Apiwat Wongtananon and Anupab Samun. We also saw Adam Noridin and the exciting young Japanese rider Haruki Noguchi in the top 6. And they are out on track at the moment, warming up. The best time we saw from Zakwan was a 2:07.906, and second place, as I said, was Aslan Shah. His time was 2:08.903. Daniel.
Yeah, it was a great showing from Aslan Shah to come back into run 2 strong. Of course, this is home grounds for the likes of Aslan Shah, Zakwan Zaidi, so Aslan really needed to step up, and the team needed to make sure that everything was in working order, and it definitely was. Adam Noridin as well, a 2-minute 9.969. But Zakwan Zaidi, once again, just untouchable, a 2-minute 7.9, nearly a second clear away from Aslan Shah.
That is such a sorted bike, and you have to say such a sorted rider as well. This Honda CBR 1000 RRR is fast, it handles well, and it's got a wonderful rider on it in the form of Zakwan Zaidi. And just looking at the timing screens now, Daniel, you're shaking your head.
I mean, it's just shocking. Haruki Noguchi on his first flying lap did a 2-minute 9.833, and that's already faster than his timing in practice 1 throughout the entire session. So Haruki Noguchi has found something, and he's faster again in sector 1. So look out for Haruki Noguchi. He has arrived.
Yep, that's a big jump up on his first flying lap from his time. In fact, it's more than a second, right? About 1.4 seconds. Incredible from him. Of course, Zakwan Zaidi has quickly re-established himself back at the top with 209.225. So those are very good opening scores. Apiwat Wongtananon and Gary Salim.
Good to see that Yuki Ito and Cosmo Daniel as well are out of track.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we missed Yuki in the first session, but he's out on track now. That's good.
Haruki Noguchi was on the fastest sector 1, but Zakwan Zaidi has just completely relegated that. He's bested Haruki by 0.3 seconds in sector 1 itself. So Zakwan on another flying lap, but Haruki as well. He's going to have a great lap coming around. Zakwan is just having purple sectors every time it comes around. So look out for Zakwan and look out for Haruki.
Yeah.
Yuki Ito as well. A decent timing from him. First flying lap of today, 2:10.5.
Yeah, it's good to see Yuki in action. He was not on form, we have to say, in Buriram back at the end of March, but this is a really good start for his, well, effectively his first practice session. Although this is FP2 for the Superbikes. Casper Daniel has just jumped into 4th place, so good to see him motoring as well this time. He's done a 209.7. So the timing screens are moving frenetically at the moment. Gary Salim, who had a solid free practice 1, has done a 2:10.8, and he continues his progress. Aslan Shah, just 1 flying lap I think so far from Aslan, and that was a 2:12, so more to come from him. Looks like we're on board now with Zakwan Zaidi.
Zakwan just clocked a 2-minute 8.327 on that lap. And Apiwat as well has come up to a 2-minute 9.207, so a really good lap from Apiwat. But Haruki as well, Haruki Noguchi improved to a 2-minute 9.4. So Haruki Noguchi really really showing his strides right now, and in sector 1 was really good as well, but sector 2, unfortunately, not as impressive.
Yeah, and Anupab is out as well, and he's done a 209.6, so it's pretty tight amongst the top 5. Yeah, going from 208 from Zakwan down to 209.6 for Anupab Samu. Sorry, 209.7 for Cosmo Daniel. Yuki Ito 209.8. So now 7 riders in the 209s.
A lot of riders seem to be improving in this session. In practice 1 we only had 5 riders in the 209s, now we have already 7. And we can expect that Gary Salim, Pasawid, Adam Noridin, they will all drop the timings even lower.
They will, yeah, almost for sure. And we still don't see on track Titipong Morakon on the Access Plus Ducati. And the timing screen says that TJ Alberto, his teammate, is currently in the pits, as we're just a few minutes into this session. This is a long session for the Superbikes, 40 minutes. We've got 31 minutes left on the clock, so plenty of time for things to happen, but we do hope we'll see those Ducati Panigales on track at some point. Casper Daniel looks like he's improved. Yeah, Casper Daniel's gone well.
He's on rapid form. This is the first session he's been out, and a 2-minute 9.0 already from him. I think that was on his second flying lap too, so great effort from Casper Daniel. Azan Shah as well, a 2-minute 9.0 for him.
Yeah, Haruki Noguchi again. Yeah, he's moving.
Haruki Noguchi is looking at his lap time. He's been consistent in the mid 209, so good pace from him. He's on the fast sector 2 as well. Let's see whether he can stitch a few more corners in. Looking back the grid, I think we just saw like some Pasawid with there. And then Haikal here in the mix as well between the Yamahas.
Cosmo now 3rd. Apiwak 4th on 209.2, and as we were just talking about Haruki, lapping consistently in those low.
Oh, look at Yuki Ito out of nowhere, just set a 2-minute 8.985. Puts him in 2nd as if for the practice 2.
Well, that's the Yuki Ito we know and love. That's so welcome back, Yuki.
This is more like it.
Definitely.
So I think all it took was a good lunch, and he's back on form. So
yeah,
this is what we like to see. I mean, just now he completely messed up practice 1. Both Cosmo Daniel and Yuki Ito messed up practice 1. So great to see them back on, and this is what we like to see.
That's absolutely true. The only person missing currently, Titipong Morakon and TJ Alberto, who is sitting in the pits.
Yeah, TJ Alberto on that. The lap that he actually did do was a 2-minute 27, so I'm sure there must be something really wrong with his bike there. As we saw in practice 1, he managed to do a 2-minute 12, so a decent time for him. But yeah, so there must be some issue with the bike. If you're wondering why it looks a bit dark on your screens, that is actually because there is quite significant cloud cover over Sepang. I don't think we're expecting any rain yet, but I do say that with a big yet because it is Sepang and we never know what the weather can bring.
Yeah, isn't it usually checked in for about 4 p.m. or something like that at Sepang?
It's strange. The weather in Sepang is always a big mystery.
Yeah.
There we can see Azan Shah in his usual aggression with his teammate behind there, Adam Noridin. Adam unable to better his timing, and the last time around a 2-minute 11.355. He did a 2-minute 9.69 in free practice 1. So he's got a lot more to find. But what's great to see is a lot of the riders are much more bunched up in the timing compared to the session earlier. As they come across now, we're looking at Adam Noridin, and he does do a 2-minute 9.217. That's an improved lap time.
Yeah, that's good, and that now makes 8 riders in the 20, well, below 210, let's say, because we've got 2 riders in the 208s.
This gets really exciting. I can't get it out of my head thinking of what we could have if Titipong Warakon was on track right now, how would this look? This would be a real battle of the greats, all in the top 10.
It would indeed, yeah. So, Wilkie just taking a breather there.
Great effort.
Okay. Well, he's earned it.
Like, amazing to think that he's so young and he's contesting for some of the top spots in probably the best championship in Asia, and amazing effort from him. 209.464 already in the session. This can only improve further.
Yeah, that's it. As we were saying earlier, he's come in like a whirlwind into this class. He's brought speed and colour and so much energy into it. And this is a really smart team. Very together. There's no rush there. There's no panic, no hurry.
It looks very nice and calm there, like very peaceful.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, when you're doing what he was just doing on track, you need a peaceful place to go. Noridin's not looking for any peace at the moment. He's getting his hold on, as we just lost the picture for a moment there.
Yeah, but it looks a bit, a lot of the riders are bunched up now timing-wise, and it's really good to see that. But Adam Noridin really showing a good performance in this session, a 2 minute 9.2. So between from second all the way down to 10th, second to 8th, the gap between the timings is only within 0.6 seconds, 0.67 seconds around that. So really close the gap is between them.
That's really, yeah, that is really close. But once again, you took Zakwan out of the reckoning then, as you did in the first session. I seem to remember.
I mean, Zakwan just he's on a superior pace. Like even now, Yuki Ito, even though it's amazing time by Yuki Ito, Zakwan's time of a 2 minute 8.327 is amazing. And to think that in practice one he did a 2 minute 7.9, it's miles away from what anyone's able to really bring to the table at this point. Yeah. As if on cue, here comes Zakwan Zaidi.
Yeah, here he is. So to defend and perhaps bring that time down a little bit. Still, what, 0.4 or something off his best time in free practice 1.
Zakwan is just, he looks really comfortable. He's not an over-dramatic rider. He rides smooth, and he's just able to shave tenths off every time that he tries. He's able to find the extra bit of magic that he needs in every session that he goes, and it's really nice to watch the Zakwan ride.
Yeah, he is, of course, in this Honda Asia Dream racing team now. We got used to seeing him for several years in the mighty Bunsu Honda team, taking championships, and this is very much what we used to see in the old Bunsu Honda days from Zakwan. Just this inch perfect performance. Doesn't make it look hard work at all.
Yeah, he makes it look so simple, but we know that that's just all the practice and the hours put in. And here's Cosmo Daniel. So this looks interesting. He's on a completely black fairing. So could that be a reason why the team wasn't prepared? Maybe some equipment hasn't been put on fast enough yet.
I wonder. But if they're limited for the fairing, for the marked up fairings, maybe it's a good idea to run a plain one. Anyway, he's on track and he's performing well. Yeah.
Yeah, Kazuma, he's a great job from him, and on this lap, fastest sector 1 from him as well. So this could be a very good lap from Kazuma coming right up. Sector 2 was not as impressive, but if he can do a good sector 3 and 4, he should be within the 2 minute 0.08. Now we fill number 27. Soft rear and hard front seems to be the option for most of the riders in this session. I have a feeling that's most certainly what they'll use in the race as well.
Yeah, we saw great things from Cosmo Daniel in this series in 2019 in the Super Sport 600 Championship, where he kind of won the second half of the season. I mean, Pierpont, of course, the champion for that year, got so far ahead early on, but Cosmo Daniel really ran him close from, I think, Suzuka onwards.
Casper comes across now 2-minute 09.090, so a very good lap time, but didn't better his previous lap time. So now we're looking at TJ Alberto and Amadena Haikal. So it looks like the Access Plus Racing Ducati team has managed to get TJ's bike out. Looks like this will be the start of his first flying lap. Amadena Haikal there trying to follow TJ behind closely.
Yeah, that's a good idea. TJ knows his way around here pretty well.
And TJ as well had good pace in practice, so
yes, he did.
It's a good reference point for Amadena Haikal, the wildcard rider.
He's of course the Philippine Superbike champion.
And coming to turn 15. TJ Alberto having a quick look down at his bike as he shifted on the gears. Now I'm wondering whether the Ducatis are having issues with the gearbox. Perhaps can they not shift down easily? Is that why TJ had to go back in for a while? It's question marks all over the place, especially with Titipong not out on track. For now we look at TJ with this really nice and striking helmet, very distinctive.
Yeah, everything about that package is good, isn't it? I mean, of course, the Panigale is a beautiful bike, but the livery is also complements it well. Does have the good helmet. And actually, when he takes his helmet off, he's a pretty good-looking lad.
Everything about the team is eye-catching, it seems. But yeah, for now we follow the two riders on track. Right now, it's the Panigale and the Yamaha R1. TJ Alberto and Amadena Haikal, and now here is Yuki Ito sitting in second. He has just come up from the pits. Yuki Ito, a 2-minute 8.918, a great time from Yuki Ito so far, and we can expect this to drop down even further.
Yeah, Aslan, what's he doing now? Seen him for a while. Passawick we haven't seen anything of so far in this session. He's currently sitting on a 210.3 in 10th position. It's the Thai Honda, Estimo Thai Honda, to give it its full title.
Passawick did improve though. He was doing a 2-minute 12 in free practice 1, so it's a very good improvement from Passawick, nearly 2 seconds faster.
Gary Slim also keeping it steady. It'll be good to see him in the break into the 209s. I'm sure he's got it in him.
Yeah, I think we can definitely expect Gary Slim to slowly drop down, perhaps in near to the end of this session, if not practice 3. Because in free practice 1 he did a 2-minute 10.9, and he's already improved it by 0.8 seconds. So he should be able to find that little extra gap that he needs.
Yeah, Yamaha Thailand have been taking it a little bit easy. Their riders are in the pit. They've only done 4 laps. So we'll see more from them, I'm sure, in the next 18 minutes as Zakwan comes back into the pits.
It seems to be a very short run for Zakwan, perhaps something that he's not happy with yet. Let's see what he points to anything. Looks like it could be the session done for him in this body language for now. And probably will come up for a last sprint near the end.
Yeah, there was no urgency in the way he got off the bike and wandered into the pit box. But we're with Yuki Ito now.
Yuki Ito looks like he's riding on a mission. He looks really aggressive and really entertaining.
That's it. Pushing the front wheel down as he changed direction then.
The Yamahas are, the Yamaha R1 especially, the new one, is really aggressive. The character of the engine is one that suits the aggressive riders more, and the only way to ride it fast, I've heard, is just by pushing it in an aggressive style and trusting that the bike turns, and it really does. And you can see with Yuki Ito, it's just suiting him very well.
Yeah, that suits Yuki's style, and I think also the style of Apiwat and Anupab.
And that's another name that we haven't mentioned enough in the session so far. Anupab as well. He's down in 8th, but he's not far off at all. If you look at the 3rd all the way down to where he is, it's only just about 0.6 seconds away. So he can definitely find that in with his race pace, or later on in practice 3 and qualifying.
Yeah, those two Yamahas done 4 laps each, and they're in the pits, as is Adam Noridin currently.
It's interesting, this session so far, the riders have not gone for long stints. They've only done about 4 or 5 laps, came back in, and yeah, perhaps it's just fine-tuning until they find what they need for free practice 3 and qualifying tomorrow.
Yeah, be interesting to see how many laps they turn in free practice 3. One would expect there to be much longer runs than this. Even Zakwan has made 2 stops, I think, already.
Yeah. So for now we're following Yuki Ito as he comes across the line. Doesn't look like it's going to be an improving lap for him. Haruki Noguchi, I'm not sure.
It's still decent, 209.5.
Yeah, it's actually a good lap from Yuki Ito. But Haruki Noguchi, that slipped under our radar again. A 2-minute 9.1 for him, and that's his fastest lap so far. Puts him in 5th, and he's on another fast lap, but it looks a bit good. Sector 2 coming in from him. So Haruki is constantly improving every stint that he does.
Yeah, and as he does, he tends to jump from nowhere, and suddenly there he is, right in your face.
Calm faces looking at the Honda Asia Dream Racing team of Zakwan Zaidi. Here is Cosmo Daniel, the aggressive rider from Malaysia, the number 27, a 2-minute 9.077 so far for Cosmo Daniel. If there's any rider on this grid besides the likes of Yuki Ito and Anupab that suits the Yamahas as well as Apiwat, I would say it has to be Casper and the way that he rides. These 4 riders are all they really gel well with the bike and the character of the Yamaha R1. It's full aggression, and it has to be a rider that really knows how to control the bike, and the 4 riders on the Yamahas are doing it brilliantly.
Yeah, that's a really, talking about rider style, that's a really kind of exaggerated leg out under braking that Casper does. I thought at one moment just then, for a fleeting moment, I thought he was putting his leg out because he was going to pull it to the pits. It came so far out.
Cosmo does have quite an exaggerated riding style, but it's something that has suited him all these years, and it's one of the things that makes him one of the most aggressive looking riders as well. It looks intimidating, but for him it's just the way that he feels is right. Every rider has their own recipe when they ride, it seems.
Yeah, in terms of body language, yeah, the leg can be used as a kind of almost defensive weapon.
I just realized that again, Haruki Noguchi slipped under a radar with a 2-minute 8.792.
I said he'd just pop up again, and so he has.
Yeah, and he's on an even faster lap again. He's got a good sector 1. So Haruki Noguchi is putting in the work. Once again, the calmness of his pit crew, and when he came in, is really reflecting on how easily he's improving on track.
And his own style is very matter of fact.
It really is. It's really amazing to see this, and to think that he's 21 years old in this championship against some of the best riders, and he's really contesting the time right now. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, besides Zakwan, that is the fastest lap time. Once again, I have to say besides Zakwan, because Zakwan did do 2 minutes 7, but Haruki, that is a name to really look out for this weekend.
Yeah, so 2 Japanese riders there in the top 3. Yuki 2 and Yuki 3.
Here comes Anupab Sarmoon. He's had quite a long rest. He's got 12 minutes left to improve, and I think with a 2-minute 9.647 after just 4 laps. I think he should be able to really drop down into the lower 2-minute 9s, or maybe even stretch himself into the 2-minute 8s.
And more disruption potentially coming because the two Thai Yamahas are out. We're looking at Anupab Samoon, number 500 there, on his outlap. And I think Apiwat came out at the same time. And there's Casper.
Yeah, Casper is watching on, and I think he's just wondering what else he can do to try and get below the 2-minute 9 barrier, especially having only done this session itself. He does have only this session and the next pre-practice to find the right setup before they head into qualifying. So these are important minutes as they burn it away.
Having a look around him then and lifting his front wheel. He looks, I know this is his outlap. He looks quite pumped. Let's see how he begins this first flying lap. So Zakwan's going back to work.
This is his 3rd time out, and I think he might stay until the end of the session, but knowing Zakwan, I think once he does a lap done that he's satisfied with, he might just pit back in.
Yeah, the economy of the top professional racers is impressive. When you begin, you want to put as many laps as you can in, but when you see the riders that have matured to the extent that Zakwan has, although he's still quite young, and Aslan would be another example. They save their powder.
Yeah.
Until it's really needed.
Speaking of Aslan, there he is there on the screen.
As we look through the heat haze, that is the number 25 of Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman.
2-minute 9.0 is Aslan's fastest for this practice 2 session. Is he going back into the pits, by the looks of it?
Yeah.
Here is the young Japanese rider Haruki Noguchi, 2nd place at 2-minute 8.792. And once again, the body language in his pit crew and everything, it just looks so calm. No one's rushing, no one's looking stressed, and it just looks so relaxing for him. And he looks relaxed himself because he knows he's young, he knows that he's got the talent, and he knows that now he's 2nd. He's done a 2-minute 8.7, that's a very fast time, so he's got nothing to worry. He's just going to compose himself and bring this on to Sunday, and into qualifying especially, because that's going to be important as well.
Yeah, he will. I'll put some money down for him qualifying on the front row.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Here is Adam Noridin. We're having another look at him. Good performance from him so far this session. On 209.2. Well, I think he's okay. Let's see. 210.5. It's an okay time. So let's see what they've got as the boss and the team look on. And here's Zakwan, who must by now be on a flying lap.
Yeah, Zakwan is come around now. Let's see what he's going to do as he crosses the line. Come past a bit of a wobble there from the rear of Zakwan's bike, and
I thought the back of Zakwan's bike looked quite loose in Buriram as well.
yeah, it seems, and even there just now on the exit of turn 15, you can see that it just wobbled around a bit. But he seems to have it under control. Perhaps it's just what he likes. Maybe he likes having the rear moving around a little bit more.
He looks comfortable with it, but yeah, it's mostly under acceleration. It kind of looks unstable, but he doesn't.
I wonder if that's like I said previously, when we saw the CBR 1000 RRR debut, it seemed to lift up the front very easily. It was very unsettled. And there you can see again, it was wobbling on the gas. And maybe the only way that they could solve the wheelie issue was by maybe reducing the traction control or changing somewhat the characteristics so that it just doesn't lift up. So they could get the power down, but they do risk the rear moving around.
Yeah, maybe picking the back up a bit to put a bit more force down on the front. So, but he's looking good now, super smooth.
Great sector 1 for him.
Yeah.
Sector 2 a bit disappointing, but still decent. Let's see what he can do in sector 3 and 4. Just running into turn 10. Another tricky corner, especially at the end of the race. This becomes a really tricky corner because it's a long right-hander with speed, and it's hard on the gas as they come down into 11, 12, 13, and 14. Back with Zakwan Zaidi on turn 14, the long right-hander all the way down to the straight, and its sector 3 was disappointing for Zakwan as well. So only sector 1 was impressive in this lap. Can sector 4 be the savior for this this run by Zakwan? There are still 6 minutes left in this session, so still plenty of time to have a couple of more laps in. Is a 2 minute 8.4, so another very good lap for Zakwan, but just not improving on his previous best.
Yeah, looks good for his race pace, doesn't it?
It does, yes. If he can keep within the mid 208s, I think he's going to have no problem cruising to victory. But then again, we're looking at the likes of Yuki Ito and Haruki Noguchi. They are not too far off his current pace, so it is a bit worrying.
And Anupab just put in his best lap, 209.6252, as he went through. I don't think he's changed position. He's still in 8th. But as you said, the top 8, or perhaps numbers 2 to 8, they're still pretty close.
Yeah, the gap between them is reduced now with Anupab's lap that he just completed. A 209.6 just puts him just 0.5 seconds away from Haruki Noguchi, so between 2nd to 8th, just 0.5 seconds of a gap, and yeah, this is really close together.
Yeah, this is a good look at the style of Anupab. He's not a tall guy, but he moves his body around to great effect on that bike.
You can just see the way he picked up the bike a little bit more than the other riders, just to get the bike on the power and just control it just that slightly, just that much extra. And you can see in the way that he's trying to keep the bike tame. He's picking it up very quickly, and that's one thing where riders, when they don't have, I was talking to one of the old Malaysian Moto3 riders, Hafiz Azmi, and he was telling me, because he's a smaller guy, he's about Danny Pedrosa's size, so I asked him, what are the differences, and he told me when you're smaller, you have to pick up the bike, you have to make it straight as quick as you can just to get the power down, because you don't have the weight to cruise around the corner. You have to really get on the gas as much as you can. You can see there, once again, when he came around turn 14, he just quickly pushed it straight so that he can really get on the throttle.
Yeah, he's he's well muscled.
Yeah.
Because if you're going to wring the neck of that bike as he does,
you really need the strength for that.
Yeah.
But that's the effort that the riders have to put in, and that's why all credits go out to all these Asian championships, Asian champions. Sorry, the likes of, for anyone who has seen, for example, Zakwan or even Brock Parks when he was here. If you saw them in person, you see their arms, you'll know that these guys have put hours every day into working out, because they need that strength, they need that extra bit of energy, because these bikes are not light. The speed that they're riding at is immense, and you have to be at the top of your fitness game to really...
Yeah, just to get to change direction, absolutely. Zakwan as well is not the biggest guy on the track, but that's not holding him back at all, as we just look at Aslan Shah in the pits there. There's 2 minutes back on the clock, so and gloves are off, so that will be the session done for Aslan, but it's a pretty decent one. He almost got into the 208s. His best time was a 209.028, which put him into fourth position as it stands at the moment. And looking now, Adam Noridin looks like he's going to go out. He won't get a flying lap in if he does, though. But somebody who has got a flying lap is Zakwan Zaidi, as he comes up there. I think he's coming just up to turn 15. So we were talking about his race pace earlier, and there it is, another 2:08. So not only the speed of Zakwan Zaidi shows his superiority, but also the consistency with which he's put in those laps. And he's done a decent number of laps too. He's got 10. Only Haruki Noguchi has done more in this session. Sorry, Pasawit Titiwararak also on 11 laps. Pasawit 2:10.325, which was a significant improvement on his first outing. Another one of the newcomers to the 1000cc class, and Yuki Ito. So good to see him back on form after a lackluster start to the season in Buriram. But the body language says it all there as he hangs off the bike. He's got just ahead of him Anupab Samoon, and his teammate Cosmo Daniel comes back out for another look around. There's only 40 seconds left on the clock, so it will be literally just a look around for him. TJ Alberto got 9 laps in, which is good. His best time was 2:11.5, which again is decent. That's an improvement of about a second over his FP1 time, so that's good. Daniel Heichel on a 2:12. I'm pretty sure, yeah, that's an improvement of around 2 seconds on his time as well. Gary Salim, we have been monitoring his progress. He improved by about 0.8 in this session, but his best time was set very early. Though he's currently nipped through sector 2 pretty quickly. Aslan Shah has just... Oh no, Aslan Shah is in the pit. And at the back of the picture there is Apiwat Wongtananon. He's been a little bit quieter in this session. His best time has been 2:09.207. That's slightly slower, about a tenth slower than his best in the first session, as you see the checkered flag being waved. I think that's pretty much done and dusted for everybody in this ASB 1000 free practice 2 session. They have one more to go, of course, which will be later this afternoon. Debrief by Zakwan. Everything pretty much according to plan. Well ridden. The bike is clearly in good shape and the pace is really good. And here are the results. Zakwan, and we were just looking at first position. Haruki Noguchi, an impressive second fastest. Yuki Ito, an impressive third. And Aslan Shah, good performance from him in fourth. Cosmo Daniel in fifth. Apiwat Wongtanan on sixth. Adam Noridin 7th, and Anupab Samoon, the number 500, in 8th place. And 9th, Gary Salim continues to make progress on the Honda, and Pasawit Titiwararak, the Astimo S1 Racing with Thai Honda. TJ Alberto in 11th, and Ahmad Daniel Heichel in 12th, and no showing again, sadly, for Titipong Warracorn. So that brings us to the end of that second Superbike session. There'll be a third session coming up this afternoon at 10 to 5. So we've cooled down a lot. The third sessions tend to be more of a race setup session, so that will be an intriguing one to watch. Just as we look at the grandstand there at turn 15. There's only one place in the world that picture could possibly be coming from. And we've got a break coming up now. At okay, coming up at in the next session, which will be in around 10 minutes, will be a first for the Asia Road Racing Championship, which will be the TVS Asia One Make Championship. There's lots to talk about with that, and it's a super exciting way for young riders to make their way and to start to climb the ladder in international racing. The Asia Road Racing Championship has a long history of doing this, with the likes of the Honda Asia Dream Cup and the Suzuki Asian Challenge brought many riders through that we can see on the grid today. And of course, we mentioned when we were talking about 600s, we mentioned Mukladar Sarapech, currently racing in Germany. We're just waiting for an interview down in pit lane. I think Daniel's on his way down there. Okay, so we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes from now. So stay with us, and we'll see you soon.
For me, this is the first time for ARRC. I'm happy to join this championship. I feel now this is a little bit struggle with something, so we have a gap to top guys. But for me, we are coming better. We have a qualifying tire, and also when we put a qualifying tire, I feel not so bad. So I will try to make a fast lap, top guys, and make some good race. Thank you very much. For me, this is the first time for ARRC. I'm happy to join this championship. I feel this is a little bit struggle with something. So we have a gap to top guys, but for me, we are coming better. We have a qualifying tire, and also when we put a qualifying tire, I feel not so bad. So I will try to make a fast track, top guys, and make some good race. Thank you very much.
So I'm here at the paddock with Jerry Salim. So Gary, how was the FP1 and FP2 session so far for you today?
Yeah, the FP1 already finished with good feeling, but I still don't have a good line in this circuit because first time for me with 1000cc bike in this circuit. But I try more lap because I still need more understand also the bike and the circuit.
And one more, how does it feel to be back in Sepang after a nearly 2-year break from Asia racing in Sepang?
Yeah, I'm so happy because normally when I ride Asia Talent Cup in Sepang, I always in podium. And now I come back again in Sepang. I hope in this weekend I get good result.
All right, good luck, Gary.
Welcome again to Sepang International Circuit in Malaysia. If you've been watching the action so far today, you will have seen some billboards saying TVS around the circuit, and now you can see some TV8 bikes on track. So let's talk about that a little bit. TVS is a very well-known motorcycle manufacturer in India. It has a turnover of something like $2.6 billion a year. It's an enormous company, and we've seen TVS in the Asia Road Racing Championship in the AP250 class, but now we're seeing it as a one-make championship. We know already that the machine is quick because Warapong, who's actually running number 7 in this series, finished 5th at Sepang, if my memory serves me correctly, at the beginning of 2020. So he hustled that bike around really fast. So he's very key in this TVS project. As I said just before the break, having a one-make championship in the ARRC stable has been a really valuable thing for the sport over the years. Thinking about the Asia Dream Cup, which ran for several years and brought many good riders through to the international stage. Also the Suzuki Asian Challenge, which finished just a few years ago. And so now we have TVS. There are many important things about that, but it's great to have an Indian manufacturer in the series and putting so much commitment and effort into it. So this is a really important move for Asia and for India. We've seen Indian riders for several seasons now in the AP250 series, and we've seen them occasionally as wildcards. But now we can see several Indian riders here, but it's also for riders from other nationalities, as we will see. But on your screen there is the project leader, let's call him that, Warapong Malahun. He's an exceptionally talented rider from Thailand. As we see Agung Septian just take a trip into the gravel. But that is a learning experience as this whole series is supposed to be. Number 5, that's Deepak Ravi Kumar going through as well. But Warapong is an extremely quick rider from Thailand. He's dominated the smaller capacity engine classes in the Thai championships, and whenever he's got a chance to ride in the bigger capacities, 600s and 1000s, he's always put himself amongst the leaders. So he's an immensely talented rider. He's quite experienced now. He's very good at setting bikes up. He speaks good English, and really he's the perfect person to be leading this project. Initially he was just going to act as a coach, but the decision was made to put him in as, if you like, the pace setter in this race. He was telling me yesterday, so it'll be interesting to see how this shakes out. Just looking through the names here, I don't have the nationalities with me, but it looks like we've got riders from Malaysia, Thailand, Australia. Let me have another guess. Japan. So we have many nationalities in here. There's one or two fairly well-known names from Indian racing. I think saw one earlier looking through. It was Yagan Kumar, who was known as quite a well-known superbike racer in the domestic series in India. So another thing to watch here will be the lap times that they're doing. We've been watching the AP250 practice, and we've seen them in the 226s, probably heading towards the 225s. Sorry, we've seen them in the 227s. And these bikes, at least in the hands of Ewarapong, is doing a 2:32, so that gives you quite a good yardstick to measure just how fast these bikes are. Since we last saw these bikes in the AP250 class, there have been some improvements made to the suspension and the engine, so the bike is now lighter and more powerful than it was when we saw it then. And if you're wondering, how did a 310cc machine get into the AP250 class, it's because it has just 2 cylinders. They actually use the parallel twin BMW engine in this machine, so that's why. Fewer cylinders mean less power, so that's why we have the 310s, or that's why we had rather the 310s in the AP250 class. Looking at number 11 there, Kewin Hines, Gilbert Ji Chang. I'm guessing from that name that it would probably be Filipino. I can only speculate at this point. Yes, here we are, Filipino. And he's been chased there by number 3, Arsiad Rusdi. So these... Okay, and we've got an interview coming with Daniel, who's down in pit lane, so we're going to move over to him right now.
So I'm down at the Yamaha paddock with Yuki Ito. So Yuki, it was a great result for you in FP2. I think it was really competitive. But I want to ask, have you already gotten the setup that you want and that you desire for the race coming up?
Yes, so quick practice 2 is not so bad, because quick practice 1 is I have a problem, so not so good. But I found the good setting for FP2, and I have confidence now. So I try to more get good setting for free practice 3.
All right, good luck, Yuki.
So thanks to Daniel, it's great to have him in pit lane and talking to Yuki Ito, who sounds much more buoyant than he did a few weeks back in Thailand. So, and he of course performed extremely well in that session. We're looking now at the TVS Asia One Make Championship. This is the first practice for them, and we're looking again at Kerwin Hines, Golbert Sinji Chang and Arsiad Rusdi. Coming up behind them, the number 9 and number 14 bikes, that's James Frederick Jacobs and Ocharin Timon, who I believe we've seen in the Asia Talent Cup. So there's some good riders here. I managed to speak to a few of them yesterday, and many of them have been to Sepang before. We're looking here at Harit Farhan Baharin, one of the Malaysian riders on the TVS, and if you can just hear the engine noise now, you can hear that it is in fact a parallel twin. A really nice looking bike. One of the things they worked on to boost the power was the air intake, and you can see that big mouth under the race number there on that machine as it goes through. That's the Harit Farhan Baharin's machine. But a really nice looking bike, nicely styled and going pretty fast. The best time yet has come from Warapong Malahuan, or A Warapong as he's known in Thailand. His best time is a 2:30.664. So you can see he's working his way towards competitive AP250 times. And just to keep that comparison live, we had, so that time would have put him just outside the top 10 in the AP250 sessions we've seen so far, as we go back again with Harit Farhan. Everything's nice and shiny here, the helmets, the leathers, the bikes. It's so good to see a one-make series back in the Asia Road Racing Championship. A little group of bikes there running together. Just take a look at the numbers and pick them off as we go. So that's KY Ahmed, number 3, number 14. Again, that's the very quick Watcherin Tubtimon, who's the fastest rider apart from the boss, Warapong Malahuan. And his best time so far has been a 2:32.626, which again would not disgrace him if he was in the AP 250 class. Looking down the timesheets here, we can see 2:33, 4th place, another Thai rider, Natapon Keomun. Filipino rider Kuan Eins Golbert Ji Chang, also in the 2:33. And yeah, and another one looking at James Frederick Jacobs, looking down, Harit Farhan Baharin. Feel the director's challenging me here. And there he goes, Watcherin, who's on the 2:32.6. That's a really good time for him. The 10th fastest time, Deepak Ravi Kumar, 2:37.6, followed by Baris Felix Fleming and Hayato Kobayashi, who's on a 2:40. So you can see there's a 10-second gap, but if you take out Warapong, then that's an 8-second gap from fastest to slowest on this very first time out at Sepang for these TVS 310 machines. This is in fact the TVS Apache RTR series, so it's the version that has been homologated for race. It's a road-going bike, of course, but it's the top end of the range. Three and a half minutes left in this session as we see a little bit of jousting there between the number 5, Deepak Ravi Kumar. I think that was Watcherin he was just having a little tussle with. Good to get a bit of sparring in before the actual event. And we also saw the number 2 there, Agun Septian. And they've been well schooled as we come back again to Watcherin, the number 14. That's another Thai rider there, Natapon Kalmun. So it looks like a top 3 lockout by Thailand, but that's slightly distorted by Warapong Malahuan being at the top there. And Watcherin is on a fast lap now. He just zipped through sector 1, the fastest time so far by some margin. So let's see how he does as he moves through the next 3 sectors. This is a long track, Sepang International Circuit. And his time for sector 2 was not the best, but pretty good. So he's looking good to improve his time. And we're with the number 4 now, Natapon Kalmun, currently lying in 3rd. With 2:32.9. These are impressive lap times for at least the top 8 bikes here. As I mentioned, the number 8 bike belongs to Arshad Rusti, and we've got bike off there. That's That is Arsiad Rustidi. Sorry to have jinxed that, as I was trying to give him a mention. But here's Natapon. Watcher in, meanwhile, has done his best sector 3. And is in sector 4 now. Natapon comes across the line to do a 2:32.988. Not quite his best time, but pretty close to it, so his pace looks good. We Watcher in. Coming through now. Watcher in, yeah, Watcher in bettered his time to 2:31.512. So that's 1.3 seconds behind his very fast, very experienced mentor, Warapong Malahuan. So that's very respectable from Watcher in. Next up is Natapon, we were just looking at, and then Fitri Ashraf. Looking now at Watcher in, and I think that was James Frederick Jacobs just going through. I think that was the number 9. No, it's number 8, beg his pardon, KY Ahmed. Nice style here. They've been certainly well tutored by Warapong, who does a lot of rider training back in Thailand, including for young children. He lives in the north of the country, where there is a small racetrack. Looks a little bit like a kart track, but for small capacity bikes and the kind of mini moto machines that he uses for teaching young riders. It's pretty good. So he's definitely a person who's put, I would definitely say, having known him for about a decade, I would say he's definitely a rider who's put more into the sport than he has taken out. But it's good to see him at the helm of this this terrific project for the TVS Asia One Make Championship. This is round 2 for ARRC. This is the first time we've seen the TVSs out, but they will be doing, I think, all the other rounds. These two again. Shirin and Ahmed. Let's see. Ahmed had a decent 3rd sector. His best time so far has been a 2:33.702. Checkered flag is out now, so this is the last time around, and the improvements there. Ahmed is 2:33.255, so not quite an improvement. So inevitably Warapong Malahuan tops the timing sheets, but that's not really where you should be looking. You should be looking for number 2 downwards. So we've got a range from Watcher in, who was on the 2:31.5, so let's say he was the fastest of the rookies. And let's look at the results now. So Warapong 2:30.168, remember that when you're looking at the AP 250s. Watcher in second, 2:31.5. Natapon 2:32.9. Fitri Ashraf 2:32.9, very close between those two. KY Ahmad 2:33.2455. Kuinein's Golbert Ji Chang 2:33.44. Agung Septian 2:34.192, and Arsiad Rusti, who we saw had a problem there, 2:34. James Frederick Jacobs, Australian, from on 2:34.4. Harit Farhan Baharin 2:36.273. Varis Felix Fleming in 11th on 2:36. 12th Deepak Ravi Kumar on 2:36.673. Jagan Kumar 2:36.961. 13th Hayato Kobayashi 2:39, and Mew Nakahara, no stranger to this series, on a 2:40. And the rider who didn't start was Deki Tiano Aldi. So So there you have the first sight of the exciting new TVS One Make series. We're going to take a short break now, and we'll be back with qualifying for the Underbone 150s. So we'll see you back here in just a few minutes.
Hi, I'm King Mascado. First of all, I thank God for the opportunity this ARC back, and I think the only I can do is to focus and follow the lead back, and more adjustment on the bike and also the suspension. But the first is focus.
We are too excited for this race. So me, this is my first time to compete in ARRC. So I'm a little bit excited because it also gives me a challenge to showcase my skills and to fight for my country.
Hi, I'm King Mascado. First of all, I thank God for the opportunity this ARC back, and I think the only I can do is to focus and follow the lead back, and more adjustment on the bike and also the suspension. But the first is focus.
We are too excited for this race. So me, this is my first time to compete in ARRC. So I'm a little bit excited because it also gives me a challenge to showcase my skills and to fight for my country.
Hi, I am Emerson Mascardo. First of all, I thank God for the opportunity this ARC back, and I think the only I can do is to focus and follow the lead back and more adjustment on the bike and also the suspension. But the first is focus.
We are too excited for this race. So me, this is my first time to compete in ARRC. So I'm a little bit excited because it also gives me a challenge to showcase my skills and to fight for my country.
Greetings and welcome back if you've been with us all day or part of the day. This is round 2 of the 2022 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. As you can see from your screen, that most distinctive landscape there of the circuit, the grandstands and the mountains in the background. We're at Sepang International Circuit in the heart of Malaysia. We've had an action-packed day and that looks a bit too early. That's Hafid Pratamaditya taking an early trip off track. Okay, so anyway, what you're looking at now is the qualifying session for the Underbone 150 class. So far today we've seen plenty of action in the 2 free practice sessions. Fastest time of the day, so do watch the times as they're going. 2:33.499 set by the veteran Underbone racer and big favourite Ahmad Fazli Sham. That was in the second session, and he was followed by Afisa Rosa on a 2:33.989, and after that it went into the 2:34s. In the first session of the day, which was pretty early in the morning when it was cool, the championship leader and former double champion Wahyu Aji Trilaksana, the Indonesian, Underbone icon topped the timesheets with a 2:35. So the times have been coming down steadily, and you might be able to see on your screen there, race control, no slowing down in qualifying. It's an instruction to maintain safety in the class. Looking for slipstream is a way to increase your, or rather decrease your lap times, but increase your speed, especially in these small bike classes. And one of the most dangerous things you can do on a racetrack is not to travel at racing speeds, because everybody else on the racetrack should be going at racing speed. So if you're not, you might get hit from behind, and that would be a disaster. It can happen if you cross the brow of a hill or just come out of a blind turn and somebody's dawdling in front of you, then it's potentially lights out. So it's a very important instruction there from race control. We do, however, see this gamesmanship in Underbone 150. It's understandable because the riders are trying to get an advantage, but it's good to see that the importance of that strict safety measure being emphasized once again to this class. And as far as the grid positions go, we're on board here with April King Moscado, so it's good to have onboard cameras in this round, just to give you some perspective as he completes a lap and heads down to turn 1. Again, this is one of the most recognizable circuits in the world. The covers on the grandstands arching the way that they do into turn 1, and just having somebody overtake him on the inside. But great shots here from the onboard camera. So this is with April King Moscado, who's out of 3 Philippine riders here, perhaps the one with the biggest following back home in the Philippines. Very popular rider. As he goes through, that looks like one of the Cardinals racing machines. And you're getting a really good tour of the track here under the Dunlop Bridge. Around to this long left-hander. This is a long track for a 150cc machine. As we were saying, the lap times are in the 2:30s. Best 2:33 we've seen so far. You might see that bettered today in the qualifying session. As we remain on board there with April King Moscado. Lap times, they're just getting into their first flying laps now. And what we saw April King Moscado as he's doing the important TV broadcasting work for us there. He was 13th in, so a little dissatisfaction there between the 2 riders. Was that a friendly fist or perhaps not? But close racing is the name of the game in underbones. We quite often see paint swapping and almost leather swapping sometimes. Let's hope that they can keep it clean, but it's not a sport for the faint-hearted. That's why there's so much emphasis on safety, because on small capacity machines, in particular, riders are looking for every bit of advantage that they can get, whether it's slipstream or from just forcing somebody offline. As we're back to take a broader view here. That's April King. He's just leading one of the Cardinals machines there. That was they're both running together, as they often do. That's Noridin and FIM ARRC on the Cardinals machine. FIM ARRC, of course, was sensational in round 1 at Buriram. He did something that is really impossible in underbone 150s. He cleared off and won by about 3 seconds. Normally everything is done on the last corner in this class. You can see the bikes running together. They will be looking around, trying to organise a good track position, because when you're running close, yes, you can get a slipstream, but also you can get caught up and get into a scrappy bit of on-track disputes with people and get offline and lose more than you gain. And that is why in this class we have a Super Pole competition. So the name of the game for these riders out on track now, we're looking at a whole bunch of 6 of them now, but the name of the game for them is to qualify in the first 15 in this session, because the first 15 will go through to tomorrow morning's Super Pole competition. And wherever you were in qualifying, as that's one of the TKKR machines that went off, that could be Fazli Sham, not sure, we'll come back to that. So Super Pole tomorrow morning, we will see the top 15. They'll go off in reverse order, so 15th will go off first. They go at 20-second intervals, and the reason for that is to keep them alone on the track, so that all you get for qualifying for the first 15 grid positions is the pure performance of the rider and the machine. So we isolate the performance of the rider and the machine to determine the top 15 grid places. But for this qualifying session, which has another 20 minutes left, it's gloves off to compete for those first 15 places. Ahmad Fazrul Sham, who's shown very well so far. He was in the first session, he was close to the top, and the second session too, so he's showing very well, the number 11 bike. And we're just looking now, once again, April King Moscardo, the Filipino rider, followed by number 27, Siafik Rosley, who showed very well in free practice 2. And there is 24, Hafisa Rosley, Hafisa Rofa, who was second in FP2, behind Fazli Sham. So you can see how close these are running together. They're trying to get themselves organised so that they can get some advantage from each other without messing up their line, so that they can get clean, fast laps and get them into that first 15 qualifying positions. So just going through there, that's Dimas Juliet Moko on the 202 machine, and the rider just run off there. Not sure who that was, whether that was Wayu Aji. Let's look once again. 202 bike is still there. That bright reddy orange Yamaha that went through belonged to Pirapong Louis Peng. And one of the Cardinal riders there, not sure which one it was, shaking his head at the rider he just went past. I think there was near coming together, he almost hit the back of the other rider. Speaking of which, I'm looking for Siraz Cheryl Yuzi, who had a horrifying looking crash in free practice 2, the bike somersaulting and destroying itself at the side of the track. Fortunately, Cheryl got up and walked away, and is doing a good job again in this session. His fastest time so far has been 2:38. So there you can see at the front, close to the front there, that was Oi Wezu on that orangey red Team All for One Yamaha, and that's number 55 just behind him. That's Ayman Tyrudin, definitely one of the leaders here. And Izzat Zaidi has just, as that gaggle went across the line, has just leapt to the top with a 2:33.382. So that's a quick time. That's the second fastest time of the day, if I'm not wrong. Closely followed by Ahmad Fazli Sham, who had the fastest time of the day earlier on with the 2:33.499, but now that has been bettered by those two riders, Fazli Sham himself and Izzat Zaidi. Ayman, we were just talking about, Ayman Tairuddin is up into third place on a 2:34. So a little way behind, 1.4 seconds behind. Not a huge amount. That's Fazli Sham leading that group as they pitch left. And I think that was FIM ARRC pushing through there. There's two cardinal machines in that group. The first one is Ayman, the ones with the yellow wheels. King is there too as two bikes run off together. Follow my leader doesn't always work out best. But that group is starting to look quite organised, so we'll probably see some decent reductions in lap times. We're looking at Ayman Tairuddin, Ahmed Fazli Sham, Izzat Zaidi, and I think April King Moscado. Bright coloured machine there is Pirapong Louis Boonpeng. Never a man to count out. He's currently, can't see the numbers on this, he's currently 10th in this session, but a very experienced racer, and he will surely get into the top 15 and make a good job of Super Pole, because he is an experienced, neat, tidy rider. He's just tussling now with Gobita Krishna, number 23, double ARRC Underbone champion. Had a couple of lackluster seasons, but now very much back in form. And that's Hafisa Rosa on the green TKKR machine, just heading that group. Those come across the line. That's Pirapong almost moving to the front of those. But Izzat Zaidi still at the top of the timesheets. Fazli Sham second, Hafisa Rosa third, Ayman Tairuddin third, and Wayuaji Trilexana is fifth currently on the 2:34.942. Which is around his best time of the day, but he's capable of bringing it down some more. As we watch, that might have been Gobita just trundling off onto the rumble strip there. And other riders getting out of the way to give themselves some room to regroup themselves. That's Gobita running in front there of the green TKKR machine, possibly of Wayuaji Trilexana. Looking further down for riders that we can expect to improve. Mirabil Vitoni, number 157, is currently down in about 15th position. No, lower than that, about 18th position. Expect him to improve. Jordan Bardaru, number 257, is a few places further back, and I note that Oi Uezu, I hesitated there to get the vowels in the right order in his name, is currently 15th. So we can see that Oyewezu, who qualified on pole position in Buriram, is currently lying 15th in this group, which will just get him into the Super Pole shootout tomorrow. Just in front of him, he's got John Emerson Iguito. Again, Emerson Iguito was very quick in Buriram. He's just disappeared temporarily off the timesheets. He's jumped up above Uezu. So Uezu needs to move up a place or two as we go back on board with April King Moscardo. Let's have another look, another rider's eye view of this Sepang International Circuit. So distinctive, there's so many landmarks here that it's easy for the riders to know exactly where they are despite the length of the circuit. April King Moscardo, like most of this field, running a Yamaha, the Sniper 150 as they call them in the Philippines. He's got nobody in front of him at the moment, but for sure he'll have a few people right behind him. But it's been a while since anybody threatened the lead of Izzat Zaidi, who's currently first on a 2:33.3, just a few hundredths of a second ahead of Ahmad Fazli Sham and a few tenths ahead of Hafisa Rosa. So April King now got somebody in front of him, so target and the slipstream. Perhaps, let's see what happens, whether he'll come back, the other rider will come back up the inside, or April King's going to cut across. He's got ahead and stayed there. So once again, he's got nothing in front of him, just a clear track. Dimas Julie at Moko, number 202, just looking at the qualifiers for Super Pole. He's currently in 13th position. In front of Kiandra in 14th. Uezu is a little way adrift, so he needs to catch up. He's got 9 minutes to do it, so he should. There's been no more movement at the top. In 16th place currently is Jordan Bardaru, so he doesn't want to finish 16th. To finish at least 15th, place that is now occupied by John Emerson in Guito. And here we go, April King Moscardo being chased by Sierra Sharoyuzi, who had that spectacular crash but has jumped back on and got to move on again. Let's check his lap time. He's comfortably inside the top 15 in P12. Just slides up the inside there. Pirapong Nui Bung Peng currently running in 10th in this group, so again quite comfortably within the Super Pole zone. He's just put a hand up to slow down. And at the top still no change among the top 3 or 4. We've got Izzat Zaidi, who put in a fast early lap of 2:33.3 to lead the way, just by a cigarette paper from Ahmad Fazli Shan and Hafisa Rosa. Ayman Tairudin, the Cardinals Racing rider, is in 4th position. Wayu Aji still in 5th. There is Afif Amran, who somehow found a way to win an underburn race by 3 seconds in Buriram. So he's taking a break, and his teammate also. There's 7 minutes left on the clock, which means that they can go out, they can do a lap to warm up, and then probably 2 flying laps, depending on how long it takes them to leave the pits again. It doesn't look as though it will be too long for this rider. Very well organised team, Cardinals Racing. 2 really good riders. And again, as we were talking about the Superbike class, the pits that look unhurried seem to be the ones with the some of the quickest riders. No apparent urgency there, but a lot going on behind. So going back on track, there's almost a group of 4 riders. They're not that close together. riders to watch out for in the next few minutes for sure will be Uezu. Said he managed to get pole position very round. He's now currently outside the Super Pole zone. There he is, 521. And there is the leader of this session. Looks like his position in Super Pole is guaranteed. Nobody has touched his time yet. He's just 16 hundredths of a second faster than Ahmad Fazli Sham at the top. Got 3 riders in the 233s. There's no need for him to worry too much, or to go ahead again in case he just wants to take another look. His job really has been done for the day, and he can look forward to putting in a clean, fast lap tomorrow morning as we go back on board with April King Moscardo. Let's take another look at this track. A few interesting lines being taken there. Tucking in behind the rider in front of him. Coming up fast behind them. Looks like maybe he's being held up a little bit here. But let's see, as you can see in the corner of your screen, what's actually happening from a wider view. So these 3 running close and running quickly. Ahmad Fazli Sham in the pit, so the first 8 riders are all in the pits and probably going to stay there. April King, who we're riding with now, is next up in 9th position. And Pirapong behind him in 10th. Then we've got Siafik Rosley, Siraz Sharol, Nazrul Izzat, Dimas Chuli and Kiandra Ramadipa rounding out the top 15. John Emerson and Guito is 16th, Oi Uezu 17th, and really should be amongst this top group as the clock ticks down. Less than 4 minutes to go now, and these are 2.5 minute plus laps. But some nice camera work here, so we can see the 2 views, the racer's view and the spectator's view. As the race on now is to get into that top 15. The gap's pretty close. 15th is Kiandra, and he is just a few hundredths of a second quicker than the man in 16th. 35 hundredths of a second quicker than John Emerson in Guito. Oi Uezu a few tenths behind that. April King Moscardo coming into the pits now. That will his work for the afternoon, indeed for the day being done. He is in 9th position, which is comfortably inside that Super Pole zone for the underbones, which is where the grid positions for the first 15 places will be determined tomorrow morning. Qualifying, of course, for all the other classes will be on Saturday morning, and then the race ones all start in the afternoon. There's an eye-watering shot of the rider coming quickly into the pits. Some more riders coming out, but they won't get a chance to do too much there. We're looking at Jordan Bardarou's bike there. That's a disappointing session for him. He's qualified well back and will not join the Super Pole party tomorrow. But he's a man to watch out for. I saw him going pretty quickly in Buriram, and he had. Let's see, what did he do this morning? He hasn't really shown up too much today. He's been in the 240s, so not quite what he's capable of. He's just going to go out and have another look before the checkered flag comes out and just try whatever they've just changed, see if that's working. as we've got another rider on screen working hard there, Oi Uezu, and I think that was a FIFAM Ran following him, and that behind him is Hafid Prato Maditya, who's outside that top 15. So looking for some speed, they need to do it on this lap or it won't be done. And I don't think, just looking at Hafid, that is going to happen on this lap. Yeah, Oi Uezu, just not going quickly enough on this lap. And putting a hand out, he's clearly got a problem. As they're led around by FIFAM Ran. FIFAM Ran currently in this championship position is second, just 2 points behind Wayu Haji Traxana after the first 2 races in round 1 at Buri Ram. And the checkered flag will come out in just 15 seconds from now. Doesn't look like Oi Uezu is going to get into the top 15. And we're looking at Ashraf Daniel Zamri there going through. He's also well outside the zone. You see the checkered flags being waved. That's it for this session. And looking at the number of riders who are in the pits or just cruising around, I don't think there will be any more changes to the top handful. So the guys who have just missed out are in 16th place, the Filipino John Emerson in Guito, and in 17th, Oi Uezu. 18th, Giancarlo Maurizio, who did a 2:37th, which placed him 18th. That will be his grid position tomorrow, but he won't get a chance to improve it by qualifying in the first 15. And let me tell you, the order in qualifying is never what it is after Super Pole for the first 15. As again we pan out to that wonderful sight of the grandstand at turn 15. Just to confirm the results, there is at Zaidi, fastest man there, 2:33.3, just behind him Ahmad Fazli Shan, third Hafisa Rosa, fourth Ayman Tairuddin, fifth Wayuaji Trilixana, sixth Ahmad Afifan Ran, 7th Ahmad Fajrul Sham, 8th Gupita Krishna on a 2:35.5. In 9th position, a man we spend a long time with the onboard camera, April King Moscado, 10th Pirapong Lubung Peng, Sifik Rosalie 11th, 12th Siraz Sharol Yuzi, 13th Nazarul Izzat, 14th Dimas Juliat Moko, 15th Kiandra Ramadeepa, and 16th, the fastest loser if you like, is John Emerson in Guito. 17th Oi Uezu, 18th Giancarlo Maurizio, 19th Murabil Vitoni, 20th the fastest of the Vietnamese riders Nguyen Duc Tan, 21st Jordan Badaru, 22nd Prada Matitia, 23rd Ashraf Daniel Zamri, and 24th Nguyen An Tuan. Which brings us to the end of this session, which means that it's time for a short break, and then we'll come back for free practice 3 for the Asia Production 250 class in around 8 or 10 minutes from now. So we will be back with you then as we just pan out and look at that once again, a view you never get tired of Sepang International Circuit. Okay, and we've got Daniel down in the pits now with Rafid Topan Suchipto, so let's see what he has to say. Okay, we've got a problem with the interview down in the pits at the moment. So we will go now to a break and come back for the AP250 free practice 3.
Alhamdulillah, just now practice 1, I got number 3. I don't have any strategy in FP1. My strategy is just to find my rhythm for evening qualifying. So on FP2, I will try my best to find my rhythm more to make myself in qualify to get maybe in the top position or maybe in the top 10 or top 5. But surely I want to be in the Super Bowl tomorrow.
Yeah, in the pre-practice 1 is good but not enough. We still find the best setup because 1 year more no race in Sepang, so we still find the best setup, and now is issue ARRC new, so I will need to improve for next practice to get the best lap time or do the lap time record before.
So it's so exciting to be back at ARRC after a 2 years gap, and we are so happy to be back at the paddock, and it's so beautiful to be back with our bikes.
It was a really great day, and we also improved a lot, and still we will improve.
So we are happy to be back at the bike. So hopefully we finish this race very good and cheer for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a 2 year comeback here, so I lost too much feeling, but we are happy because in 4 weeks we died test. We just finished feeling back. Maybe in Friday we will look to the group. So how to in Saturday and Sunday we can follow the top group again.
Halo, saya Rafi Kopan dari tim Haji Putra 969 Racing Team. Ya, saya sudah mengikuti kejuaraan balap motor sejak tahun 2006. Latihan motor sejak umur 5 tahun. Dan sampai saat ini saya masih mengikuti kejuaraan Asia Road Racing Championship. Sebelumnya saya sudah mengikuti kejuaraan Eropa Championship, MotoGP di kejuaraan Moto2. Saya tetap balap karena menurut saya balap itu bagian dari hidup saya.
Alhamdulillah, just now practice 1, I got number 3. I don't have any strategy in FP1. My strategy is just to find my rhythm for evening qualifying. So on FP2, I will try my best to find my rhythm more to make myself in qualify to get maybe in the top position or maybe in the top 10 or top 5. But surely I want to be in the Super Bowl tomorrow.
Yeah, in the pre-practice 1 is good but not enough. We still find the best setup because 1 year more no race in Sepang, So we still find the best setup, and now is issue RSR new. So I will need to improve for next practice to get the best lap time or do the lap time record before.
So it's so exciting to be back at ARRC after a 2 years gap, and we are so happy to be back at the paddock, and it's so beautiful to be back with our bikes.
It was a really great day, and we also improved a lot, and still we will improve.
So we are happy to be back at the bike. So hopefully we finish this race very good and cheer for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a 2 year.
Welcome back to Sepang. We're here in Malaysia for round 2 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. It's been a busy and exciting day so far. In free practice we just had underbone qualifying, which was as much of a lottery as it always is, and now we've got the third free practice session for the Asia Production 250 class. They just see the bikes coming out onto the circuit now, and the story so far today has been of the reigning champion Andy Mohammed Fadli on the Motul Sniper Manual Tech Kawasaki. Headed both practice sessions in the turning in 227s in both, the 227.058 in the second practice session, just about a tenth of a second quicker than his best time in free practice 1. So he's shown speed and consistency so far, and so has his championship rival. Andy Fadli, as well as being the defending champion, is the joint championship leader in 2022 after round 1. He and Reza Danica Arens, the Astra Honda rider from Indonesia, share the lead by dint of, in Reza's case, a win in race 1 and a third in race 2, and in Andy's case, a third in race 1 and first in race 2. So their results have mirrored each other's. They come here as joint championship leaders, and both have been very much on the pace. They're both champions. Reza Danica Arens was AP 250 champion back in 2018, while Andy Mohammed Fadli, of course, is the 2021 reigning champion. And they're setting off now as we get a beautiful shot of this iconic circuit in the heart of Malaysia, world famous, and one of those bucket list circuits that you really must go to. The weather is famously unpredictable here, but since yesterday it's been fine and sunny, not as humid as we often expect it to be here. So the weather by Malaysian standards has been, let's say, clement. And we're just chasing now Herjanatna Firdaus, one of the Indonesian Astra Honda riders. He's one of many that showed well in earlier free practice, finishing 7th in free practice 1. And we see 9th in free practice 2. But the Astra Hondas, there's 3 of them in this class, all very, very quick. And talking about quick, there's Thailand's Piawat Patumios on the Honda. So this is very much a Honda-dominated category. As we look there at Piawat going through, we haven't seen the best of him, it's fair to say, yet. He was, let's see, he was 7th in free practice 2 and 8th in free practice, 10th in free practice 1. He's capable of much more. He's a man we usually see at or near the front of the grid, often a pole sitter. So we expect to see him progress in this session. He certainly looks like he's full of determination, with that angry wave at a rider he just went past, who clearly he felt held him up. And just run off the track there, that's Setu Rajiv, the Honda India rider. Just taking a look off track. I wonder if he's got a problem, because he's not speeding back up again. Hopefully he's just going to make a quick stop and return to action, but he's pulling off the track. So that's not a good start to FP3 for Setu Rajiv. And we're just going to take a short break and go to Daniel, who is with Izzat Zaidi in pit lane.
So I'm here at the JRT paddock with Izzat Zaidi. So Izzat, you've had a great start to the season. In round 1, you've collected a lot of points. You're 3rd in the championship, and now in qualifying and throughout free practice, you've been fast. And qualifying, you're fastest. What's your plan going into the race this weekend?
Firstly, I want to say JRT Peace Bike One Way set up the best bike in qualifying. In the race, Alhamdulillah, I go to Super Pole, and inshallah I set up Super Pole and race 1 tomorrow.
I want to ask, is there any pressure for you being a Malaysian racing at your home track in Sepang? Do you feel any added pressure knowing that now you're in qualifying, you have the potential to take the race win?
Ini adalah semangat baru saya untuk berlumba di litar Sepang, kerana ia adalah hometown untuk saya berlumba pada race hari ini.
Thank you, Izzat. Good luck, and back to Barry.
Thanks to Daniel and Izzat Zaidi after that terrific qualifying performance by him to head the Super Pole tomorrow. So we're back on track now, and as we speak, Aiki Iyoshi has just leapt to the top of the timing screen by virtue of a 2:27.386, which is one of the fastest times we've seen today. Not many riders have got into the 2:27s, so that's a nice performance from him. He leads his teammate, reigning champion Andy Mohamed Fadli, who's currently on a 2:28.14. Angie Setiawan currently is in 3rd position, and the fastest Yamaha so far. Behind him is Muzakia Mohammed on the 1XOX TKKR. I think that's he's one of the Honda riders for TKKR. We have the Yamaha in the class for TKKR in the hands of Ray Ratacuri. And we're on board now with Piawat Patumios. So rider's eye view as he leads that pack. You can see in the corner of your screen of eight or so machines. So they're going to start looking for advantage now. Try to get a slipstream. It's very important here. We were talking about it in the underbone class, but slipstreaming, getting a bit of extra speed is crucially important here too, as Piawat just gets overtaken by one of the Astra Hondas, one of the Indonesian rivals, and follows him through. It's a nice perspective to see the onboard shot and the broad shot on your screen there, as we see this group of 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9. I think there are 10 riders altogether, maybe 11 in that shot, as Aldi Hendra goes past. Aldi Satya Mahendra goes past Piawat. Piawat just dropping back through that group. They come through now to finish another lap. Let's see how things change, and indeed Aldi Satya Mahendra jumps up into second place with a lap of 2:27.831, which is about half a second off the best time so far of Aiki Iyoshi. So we'll just take a look there at the back of, I think that was Andy Fadley. There's the number 92, that's Muzakir Mohammed for TKKR, 1XOX TKKR. And just on the right of your screen there is Akid Aziz, newcomer to this class but a former underbone champion, making his way in the more conventionally configured motorcycles, and he's looking like he's picking up his pace. He's done a 2:29.073, which I think I'm right in saying is by a margin his best time, by about a second his best time that he's shown today. It's quite different riding one of these 250s from riding underbones, and it's good to see Akid Aziz. We know his quality as a former underbone champion. It's good to see him making his way up the order in the AP 250 class. That's Aiki Iyoshi just going through, then Andy Fadley, and he's followed by, I think that's Angi Setiawan. Yeah, I think that's Angi Setiawan just behind him, who is still the quickest. No, he's not. Aldi Satya, I beg his pardon, is the quickest Yamaha currently. We have been saying that this circuit favours the Hondas and Kawasaki's, but we've got two Yamahas in the top 5. Looking for another Yamaha, we can see a little bit further down Ray Ratacuri, 10th place. His best time so far in FP3 this session is 2:30.785. Reza Danica outside the top 10 currently. That's a surprise, but it must be, you'd have to assume, given his quality, that that's part of his plan. He may be trying something new in this session. As we just look at those two Kawasaki's coming through in first and third place respectively, chased by Angi Setiawan, who's having a really good day here at Sepang. Reza Danica, right on cue, jumped up to 5th position with a 2:28.8, so he's back on the move now. And just behind him on the timing sheet is Piawat. Akid Aziz in 7th with that 2:29. Almost ready to go into the 2:28s. Andy Fadley looking aggressive on that Motul Sniper Manual Tech Kawasaki. He's got it very much in mind to win this championship next year. He really wants to move up to a bigger engine capacity class. Hopefully Super Sport 600s. We would love to keep him within the ARRC fold. And we've got in 8th place, looking further down, the Astra Honda of Janatna Firdaus. 9th place, number 19, Idlan Hakimi Radwan. As we stay with the determined looking Andy Fadley there, who's shadowing his teammate Aiki Iyoshi. Andy Fadley now at the top of the timesheets with a 2:27.251. Not quite his best of the day, in fact his 3rd best of the day. So we're just going to leave these two Kawasaki's and go to Daniel in the pits with the youngest rider in the underbone class.
So I'm at the SCK Honda Racing Team paddock, and I'm with none other than the youngest rider in the underbone 150 class. At 12 years old, it's Muhammad Chandra Ramadipa.
So, Muhammad Kendra, how does it feel being the youngest rider on the grid at number 150?
Saya sangat senang bisa sampai di sini dan saya bisa sampai di Super Pole esok.
So, Adi dah berjaya masuk Super Pole. So, dalam practice session semua, ada rasa macam susah tak bila nak lawan dengan rider yang banyak pengalaman semua?
Ya tentu susah karena saya first time di ARRC ini.
So last kali nak tanya, apa target dengan untuk race Ahad yang akan datang ni?
Saya akan memberikan yang terbaik untuk tim SCK Honda Racing.
Alright, good luck. Thank you so much. Back to Barry.
It's good to start them young. Welcome back. We're still with the Kawasaki's here. It was a very engaging interview. Well done, guys, and good to see them coming through. It wasn't so long ago that we saw a very young Aldi Sacha Mahendra come through at the age of, I think, about 13 when he burst onto the scene and into our attention at Suzuka back in 2019 by winning or coming second in a wet race. My memory's a little flaky, but he was so impressive then, and now here he sits in third place behind the two Kawasaki's of Andy Mohamed Fadli and Aiki Iyoshi. Fourth place is still Angie Setiawan, and those first three are in the 227s. Angie Setiawan on a 228.2. Just behind him, Reza Danica Arens, from whom we will surely see more before this session is finished. Qualifying is tomorrow morning for the AP 250s. We rarely see the fastest times set in the third practice session because this is more of a race and qualifying setup exercise for these machines. So we're really looking here for pace, and you can see the laps that have been done as we were following for several laps. We were following the two Kawasaki's. I'm looking now. That's the distinctive number 222 of Ray Ratacuri, 1XOX Yamaha. And he's just behind there. I think that's Senthil Chandra Sekaran. Ray Ratacuri on a 229.1. That is Senthil just in front of him. So Ray will want to be getting ahead of him. He's being chased there by Muzakir Mohammed, his teammate. Yep, so they've gone past now, and just behind them, Piawat Patumios currently on a 229.0, so he's still more than a second and a half off the fastest time. So we just look at a little lineup of Astra Hondas there in pit lane, beautifully turned out. Another one of the superbly organised, well-resourced teams in this paddock. Of course, the next session out will be the Supersport 600 Free Practice 3. As we go back on track there, that's Muzakir Mohammed just leading Piawat. As we go on board, back on board now with Piawat. And Ray Ratacuri is to be summoned to race control after this. We didn't see what the reason for that might be, but hopefully nothing too serious. Muzakir doing a good job of leading those riders around. Piawat getting some good laps in, although we'd like to see him lapping a little faster so that he can mix it up with the Kawasaki's and the Indonesian Astra Hondas. that Ray Ratacuri just behind him. Let's see as the heat haze hopefully clears. But we're back in the Astra Honda pit now. Not sure which rider. Oh, is that Razor? That's Razor Danica Arends, who hasn't done what we would normally expect him to do in this session. He's 1.5 seconds off the quickest time. So they're all taking a break in that team at the moment. But Razor Danica will be looking to go out for the last 8 or 10 minutes and jump up the order a little bit, I'm sure, as Piawat is another one of the riders coming in. So in the pits now are most of all the leading runners, except for the two Kawasaki's, who are at the top of the timesheets. They may well be on their way in shortly. Here's a good view of the Bunsu Honda pit. They had, of course, they've got 3 riders ready to go in the Supersport 600. Just about 20 minutes from now as we go back on track, and as we were saying earlier, when there's a break and there's only 1 or 2 riders out on the track, you can almost guarantee that either Setu Rajiv or Senthil Chandrasekaran will be the riders that you see on track, or often both of them. As we look at the riders getting ready to come out to make a final push in this session and try out any changes that may have been made during this session to make sure that they can come flying out of the box tomorrow morning for qualifying. So looking now, we're just talking about the Indian riders. Setu Rajiv's currently on a 2:33.3. Senthil, his teammate, faster than him on this occasion, at 2:30.3. Another rider that could do with moving up the order a bit is Adananta Putra, who's currently in 12th on 2:29.757. Idlan Hakimi Radwan is 11th, also on the 2:29. And Nurjan Atna Fardaus is another man on the 2:29. So those Astra Hondas can all be expected to move up as we go back with Setu Rajiv. He'll be looking to improve his time, but it's all about pace. And here on screen we've got Aiki Iyoshi, leading Muzakir Mohammed around then, and just behind him is Andy Fadley. And looking at the laps completed, they've just completed 7 laps, the 2 Kawasaki's. Meanwhile in the pits is Aldi Satya Mahendra, Angi Setyawan, Reza Danica Arends and Piawat, who will surely be making another appearance in the next minute or so. Kid Aziz, who clocked that 2:29.073 fairly early in the session, is in 7th place, but that's a good step up for him. And good to see him progress in this class, having stepped up from underbones. So we're looking now at the Hondas here of Firdaus Hamdan. So they're ready to go, just waiting to be released. They've got the go-ahead, that's it. Away they go. You're not going to argue with the boss when he's got that look on his face, are you? Coming out at the front of that group is Rafid Topan, it's Egypto, the number 50. And Firdaus on the number 98 machine. Looks like they're waiting for each other, and also coming out is Adananta Putra, number 21. You can just see at the top of your screen. 6 minutes now left on the clock. moving gently into this final stint, which will be just one flying lap. 5 minutes left on the clock and a 2.5 minute lap, basically. Rafid just moving ahead there. And I didn't see whether Reza Danica RNs came out then, but there's one rider getting up to racing speed that's just past these two. And that is Piawat Patumios, the Thai Honda rider. And here come the others. They're speeding up as they peel into that right-hand turn. There with Firdaus, the number 98 machine. Piawat's just got ahead. There's Adananta just behind him. And then Rafid Topan Suchipto. Then we've got Firdaus, the number 98. Taking a look behind him. It might not be the time to look behind him. And Reza Danica's in that group, number 1, 2, 3. Just moving up inside of Firdaus to go ahead of him and to place himself hopefully in a good spot on this group. But at the top, Andy Fadley, who's in the pit, he's on the 2:26. He's the only one that's dipped into the 2:26s, so that is the fastest time of the day. So he's taking his helmet off. That is another job well done. 3 sessions, 3 first places, and a very nice performance as well by Aiki Iyoshi, who we've seen go fast around here before the pandemic, of course. But we know he's capable of winning here. It's Piawat and Adananta going through there. And the next group, from this shot it's hard, yeah, they are going slow. Sometimes that shot can be deceptive. But race control won't be too happy with that. So we're looking further down the order now. We've got Ray Ratacuri, start with 8th place. Behind him, Muzakir Mohammed. Nurjan is rounding out the top 10. And just behind him is Hakimi Radwan and Adinanta Putra. Senthil Chandra Sekaran is in 13th place. And we just saw there the number 57, Aldi Satya Mahendra, who's currently in 3rd, move towards the front of that group. Back now with Firdaus. And that's Rafid Topan Suchipto just behind him. Ercan, that's the number 46. So let's see if this group can sort itself out by the time they come around so that they can have one last flying lap and disrupt the order a bit at the top. It's doubtful whether they'll disturb the top 2. Andy Fadley is 0.457 ahead of Aiki Iyoshi. And he in turn is about almost half a second quicker than Aldi Satya Mahendra, who is of course the fastest Yamaha. I do believe the youngest rider in this class at 16 years old. But now we've got Aldi Satya, number 57. Reza Danica not putting the hammer down there at all. He's let the other riders go past him. After they complete this lap, the checkered flag will come out, so their flying lap will be the last one. So we've got Kawasaki, Yamaha. After talking earlier about Honda was the first choice bike in this class, they've put the lie to that, which is a good thing. We like disruption in this class, bikes and riders. And here we've got Rafid Topan, Yamaha. We've got Firdaus Hamdan, Honda, and Aldi Satya Mahendra on another Yamaha. Piawat Patumios, who we've seen quite a lot of, and thanks to him for carrying the onboard camera for us. He's in 6th position currently, just behind Razor. I think you'll see the order jumbled up a little bit tomorrow, as we see Muzakir Mohammed, who's had a very solid outing in this session, and indeed in the others this morning, leading that group. He's currently in 9th, ahead of Herja, Idlan Hakimi and Adinanta, who's surprisingly far down in 12th place. He's on the 229. Sentil is on a very decent, in 13th place, on a very decent 230.3. Rafid, who we haven't seen too much of in this session and basically missed the first session, is on a 230.5. And there you see it, the checkered flag's out, which means that the last time they cross the checkered flag will be the last time they can record a lap time. So the top two are pretty safe at the top on 226.9 and 227.3 respectively. As these riders come down. Okay, so this group are probably not helping each other too much. I doubt whether we'll see much change in the order. This is a little bit of a Friday afternoon cruise. No concern to Andy Fadley at all. He couldn't have done his job any better today. And of course he is the defending champion and the joint championship leader with Reza Danica Arens, against whom he's established an early advantage in this second round of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. So last time to the checkered flag. As these riders come up to, let's get my bearings on the track, turn 15. So let's just see whether the order does change at all. The first rider across the line in that group will be Firdaus. Just pipped actually. So no important changes in the order, but a very decent session for most of these riders who've got themselves set up for the race and for qualifying tomorrow morning. And again, we can see this rather nice weather we're enjoying here at Sepang for the last day or two as we look at the practice results for free practice free. Andy Fadley at the top by some distance, followed by his teammate Aiki Iyoshi. Aldi Satya Mahendra, great performance by him in third. Angi Setiawan, another great performance by him in fourth. Fifth, Reza Danica Arens. Sixth, Piawat Patumios. Seventh, Reynaldo Ratacuri. 8th, Akid Aziz. 9th, Muzakir Mohammed. 10th, Herjanatna Firdaus. 11th, Idlan Hakimi Radwan. 12th, Adananta Putra. 13th, Sentil. Nice performance from him in FP3. 14th, Rafid Topan Suchipto. 15th, Setu Rajiv. 16th, Fitriancia. 17th, Firdaus Hamdan. And 18th, no 18th really, because Cal Vietnam wasn't able to make it for that session. And now we're going to go back to Daniel in pit lane, who's going to talk to Andy Fadley.
So we're at the Kawasaki Manual Tech paddock right now with none other than Andy Muhammad Fadley. So Andy, how does it feel so far knowing that you've been fastest all throughout the practice? You held the lap record over here, and knowing that your teammate also is not too far away from yourself.
Yeah, today we have a good practice. After FP1 until last session today, we have a good improve, and we try to find the best data, because today we tried the new HU Arracer And yeah, I have a good feeling about that, but still need to improve for qualifying tomorrow and race one. I will try to win and my team also.
Well, with that said, especially on knowing that even with the new ECU you've been the fastest, is Sepang one of your favorite layouts for a track?
Yeah, of course. I like Sepang because I have a good memory here. Last race I win here, so I want to try again tomorrow and Sunday.
Okay, thank you so much, Andy, and back to Barry.
Thanks very much, Daniel, and a nice interview there with Andy Fadley, underscoring a point about champions, which is that they always looking for improvement. He's topped all 3 sessions and he's still looking for more. So that brings us to a short break, and we'll be back in just about 10 minutes for the 3rd practice session for Supersport 600s. We'll see you then.
Kelas Tuition Plumber Cikgu Nasha.
Selamat pagi, Cikgu. Selamat pagi, Cikgu.
Anda bersama dengan saya di Motoview episod yang ke-23, guys. Kali ni Nasha jadi cikgu. Nampak tak rotan yang Nasha bawa untuk korang ni?
Okay.
Ini adalah kelas plumber untuk semua peminat-peminat sukan pemotoran. Wah, jadi ramai yang tertanya macam mana nak jadi plumber, macam mana nak jadi plumber cupcake. Untuk episod kali ni korang kena stay sampai habis. Macam mana untuk jadi plumber, Nasha akan bagi tahu. Kalau tak, rotan ni melayang. Korang mesti teringat-ingat kan rotan ni ada dekat Nasha ni, teringat zaman sekolah dulu. Tapi kita bukan nak ajar bahasa Melayu ke bahasa Inggeris, bukan. Kita nak ajar macam mana nak jadi plumber, geng. Jadi ada beberapa perkara yang korang kena tahu macam mana nak masuk cupcake. Yang korang kena tahu adalah 3 perkara. Pertama, yang korang kena tahu adalah OMR. Tengok kat sini. Pertama adalah OMR, di mana itu adalah perlumbaan satu pengeluar. Dia ada Honda dan juga Yamaha. Usia yang layak adalah bermula daripada 13 hingga 18 tahun. Sewaktu daftar dan juga pemilihan percuma, geng. Korang jangan fikir kena bayar. Cikgu bagi tahu ni. Tak bayar, free je korang boleh register. Yang kedua, kita tengok adalah di mana ini adalah Pro and Cup. Pro and Cup ini adalah plumber persendirian. Kategori Pro and Cup. Umur yang layak adalah 18 hingga 45 tahun. Dan kalau korang nak tengok, kita tengok dulu yang ketiga. Ketiga color kuning tu nak terus masuk tim. Mustahil, geng. Sangat mustahil, geng. Macam mana nak masuk tim, kan? Tapi mungkin ada juga peluang. Tapi sabar dulu, kita nak cerita dulu tentang One Make Race. Jadi kita tengok dulu, kita pergi dulu ke One Make Race ni. Macam mana carta dia? Okey, geng. Okey, benda pertama yang korang kena buat adalah mohon kebenaran kedua-dua ibu bapa. Buatlah baik masa mula-mula nak pergi. Macam dah nampak kan dekat website Cupcake tu pemilihan plumber baru. Buat baiklah dalam seminggu tu kan. Urut-urut ayah ke, urut mak ke, ajak pergi makan dia kan. Kalau korang ayah atau mak kata ya, senyumlah sampai telinga. Kalau kata tak, bye-bye. Kita tak boleh nak buat apalah, bye-bye lah macam ni. Okey, yang kedua, korang kena daftar. Daftar yang macam Nasha katakan tadi. Macam Nasha katakan tadi, daftar tu di mana kalau korang tengok daftar tu kita akan buka, kita akan post dekat website, website pula, Facebook Malaysian Cupcake. Jadi bila korang dah nampak dah beli daftar tu, korang daftar. Jadi benda pertama adalah daftar. Macam Nasha katakan, percuma, tiada bayaran, percuma je, geng. Jadi daftarlah. Umur dia apa yang Nasha kata tadi, 13 hingga 18 tahun. Dah lebih 18, bye-bye. Bye-bye lagi. Tapi korang jangan risau, sebenarnya kita ada cerita lagi. Sabar dulu. Selepas itu dah daftar, korang akan dapat panggilan telefon. Nampak tu? Telefon. Kalau tak dapat telefon tu, sabar. Kita kena pergi ke ikhtiar yang lain. Macam yang ditunjukkan ni, ikhtiar yang lain. Kalau dapat, dapat telefon, berdering lah telefon korang tu. Kring kan? Kita akan pergi ke pemilihan. Pemilihan itu di mana selection lah. Pemilihan korang layak ke, yang siapa yang dapat call tu, semua akan ditemukan di satu tempat. Percuma juga, tapi kalau nak pemilihan tu, contohlah pemilihan tu dekat Perlis ke, kat Unimap ke, perjalanan daripada rumah korang nak pergi ke Unimap tu, korang kena sendirilah sebab dekat sana, bila dekat selection tu motor dah disediakan. Jadi korang jangan risau. Dan kalau terpilih, sewaktu pemilihan tu dah terpilih geng. Kalau dah terpilih, benda yang pertama korang kena tahu adalah kita kena buat bayaran sebanyak RM4,000. Di mana RM4,000 itu termasuk motor disediakan dan juga apa benda tu? Entry fee. Apa benda tu pula Nasha kata kan? Dan juga korang kena tahu perjalanan bila terpilih tu, perjalanan dengan penginapan korang kena tanggung sendiri. Tapi jangan risau, bila pergi race je motor dah ada. Yang penting bayar register semua dah ada, yang penting korang bawa aje. Dan kita nak cerita pula yang tidak terpilih tadi. Satu yang tidak terpilih tak dapat call dan juga satu tak terpilih. Korang jangan risau, kita akan ke ETI yang lain. Nampak tu ETI yang lain tu. Jadi kita pergi ke next page. Kita tengok ETI apa tu. Yang color biru tadi. Okay.
Alright, I'm down at the grid with Rafid Topan, the very popular rider on our YouTube, it seems. But Rafid, I want to ask, you did a good time in FP2. I think it was decent, and in FP3 as well. But in FP1, you did not set a time. What happened during FP1?
Yes. In FP1, I have some problem on my back. I checked the problem, have electrical problem. And FP2 also still have problem. But I try for get the lap time, and FP3 my mechanic working hard more for check the problem, and then the problem is in the map data logger with my telemetry mechanic.
I see. So now with all the practice session done, you only have qualifying left for tomorrow. Do you feel that the setup is already ready for qualifying and race coming up?
Yes. For qualifying and race, my back is coming better. I'm ready for qualifying and race.
All right, thank you so much, Rafid, and good luck. And back to Barry.
Welcome back to Sepang International Circuit. The wailing you can hear in the background there is the sound of the Supersport 600s which are now out on track for free practice 3, as we look at that great wide view there of Sepang International Circuit. We had a lot to think about in the first two sessions. Free practice 1 was headed by Andy Farid Izdiha, quite convincingly, by 0.2 of a second from Azroy Hakim Anua, while in free practice 2, Helmi Asman jumped to the top after an inauspicious start to the session when he ran off on the outlap, but then after a little bit of time in the pits came out and put in a killer lap of 2:11.048 to lead that session. On screen now is a rider who is looking for improvements. He had a solid morning, but will be looking to push himself up the timesheets. He is Nakarin Atirapuvapat, the Thai rider for Honda Racing Thailand. Of course, former Moto3 rider, and brings a lot of speed and experience to this class, which is full of really talented and some really established riders like Andy Farid Izdihar, we just mentioned, Ibrahim Noridin, a real rising star in this class, and of course a local rider. We've got Ferozi Torikatullah, who stepped up to this class. He's making his way too, pushing his way towards the top 10, and after him we've got Irfan Ardiancia. As we look at them on their outlap now, I think Nakarin was the first rider out onto the track. Irfan looked good on the outlap there. We'll stay with Chip Nakarin. Spent I think two seasons in Moto3, and competing at Grand Prix level gives you something that no other experience in the world can give you in terms of confidence and sheer speed. And he's a very accomplished rider now. He was somewhat entertaining at yesterday's press conference when he said that he'd put on a bit of weight since his Moto3 days, but part of that is deliberate to be able to handle these Super Sport 600 machines. But I think part of it might have been noodles, according to what he said to me afterwards. But he's in good shape. He had a terrific outing in round 1 at Buriram, where he almost won 2 races, both races. He just lost the first one by getting tangled up and crashing on the Chang International Circuit's infamous turn 12, but he recovered to finish with some points, and he just got muscled out of first place in race 2. So we hope to see a bit more from Nakarin. He was 5th in free practice 2 on a 2:11.7. So we just see the lap time start to come up now. Helmi Asman there at the top with a very good early lap of 2:11.196. To put him at the top. A few hundredths behind him is Andy Farid Izdihar, who really looks an accomplished, confident rider these days and a potential champion. And that is Helmi Asman on the screen there. He made the jump from Underbones back in I think 2018. I might be a year out there, but he made the jump straight from Underbones onto 600s, which is fairly unusual. Did a pretty good job on the old CBR 600, and now they have the new machine. He's quick, and as a rider he looks much more like the finished article now. And the convincing win that he took in race 2 in Thailand underscored that point. There we're looking at as the haze clears. Staying with Helmi Asman there on the Bunsu Honda. They have 3 bikes in the class. Also Kyril Paui, the former Grand Prix racer and race winner indeed. Paui, who's back after injury. We're staying there with Helmi, who leads the championship after round 1, thanks to a 2nd place and a 1st place. Enviable start to the season. He just ran wide there and just scrubbed off some speed. He won't be going too fast on this lap. But there's Azroy Hakim, the other Bunsu Honda that makes up the 3. And off in the gravel now is what looks like, I was going to say Yamaha going by the leathers. Oh, that's Ferozi Torikatula in trouble there. So disappointing for him. Hopefully that bike didn't look too bashed up. Hopefully they can get it back to the pits and give him some track time. There's 20 minutes left on the clock as we go back to the very accomplished looking Helmi Asman, who has improved his time to 2:10.6. Very closely followed by Paui, who's done 2:10.697. So there's just 68 hundredths of a second between those two early in this session. Ibrahim Noridin also looking good on the 2:11.2. Andy Farid Izdihar, good first session from him, decent second session, and looking pretty solid now. His best time is 2:11.3. As we stay again there with Helmi Asman. And good to see, looking a little further down the timesheet, that after blowing up an engine in free practice 1, Kondanai Kiao, the Thai rider for the EEST NJT racing team, has got a new engine apparently and got himself back into action. So that's really good to see. And now we're riding with Azroy, who was second in free practice 1 and free practice 2, behind Andy Farid and Helmi Asman respectively. So he's been on really good form too. He's just taking a break now, pulling into the pits. And another rider that we need to see more from, we're just seeing Krichapon Kausonti. Well, he's one. We need to see a little bit more from him, the Thai rider, as Paui goes through the number 89 Bunsiu Honda, currently lying in second in this session. And as for the other classes, this session is really important to get as many laps in as possible and to get the bike set up as well as possible for qualifying in the morning and race 1 in the afternoon. Krichapon Kausonti, the Thai rider, is currently lying 6th. Just in front of him is Ratapong Willarot, who hasn't shown us quite yet what he can do on that Yamaha Thailand R6, but hopefully we will see a little bit more of it this time around. He had a disappointing first outing in Buriram, his home circuit, with an engine problem that took him out of race 1, and a 6th place, I believe it was, in race 2. So we just look at Paui getting a little bit out of shape, but putting it back together and chasing his compatriot Paui, who just sticks out a foot, which I think means you can come past if you want to. As both of them actually go into the pits. So Ibrahim currently lying in a very decent 3rd place, having done a best time of 2:11.251. So that's a 10th or so quicker than Andy Farid. And there is Isam Iqmal, who we looked at before, and down is Helmi Asman. That's the 2nd slip we've seen from him today, despite his speed. So he was looking very much in control, but not everything went quite right there. Sorry, it looked like he just got out of shape on the brakes coming into, I think that's turn 15. But yeah, he needs to go the other way, hopefully. So let's come back to Azroy Hakim and Noir. And I think that with him is, I think that's Isam Iqmal. Azroy Hakim has been... Right, he's down in 2:12. We can see more from him. Helmi Asman gets his bike back on track and into the pits for a checkup. Still quite a lot of time left in this session, 15 minutes on the clock. He is leading just at the moment from his teammate, Kyril Pavi. And in 5th place still, Ratapong Willarot. He's ahead of Galang Hendra, who's on a 2:12. So the times are a little bit more spread out than they were in the second session, where we saw them start to bunch up. And there goes Azroy. It's a little bit of a mission, and hopefully he'll succeed. Let's just see who's chasing him there. That is... Yep, that is Izam Iqbal. Izam Iqbal currently in 10th position, his best time 2:13. And Azroy's best time is 2:12.2, so about a second between them. So this might help Izam Iqbal somewhat to get a little bit closer, a little bit further up the timesheets. Pits currently are the top 3. Helmi, of course, who had that little mishap coming down to turn 15. Teammate Pawi is in the pits, and so is Ibrahim Noridin, who's been going very well in this session and currently holding 3rd position. Andy Farid has been in the pits, I think, and looks like he's on an outlap, whereas Ratapong Willarot, Yamaha Thailand, in the pits. So many bikes out on track at the moment. Kondanai Kiao has put in 4 laps. Of course, his engine blew in free practice 1, which caused him to miss free practice 2. But he's put in 4 laps and gone back into the pits. So hopefully everything will be okay there. And so these two go through turn 15. Let's see if Azroy can improve his position to 11.5. That helps him up to 5th position. He bumps Ratapong Willarot just down 1 place. And Izam. Improvement. Oh, that's his best time as well. That puts him in 10th position. He's in front of Irfan, who we haven't seen too much from yet. We certainly haven't seen what he's capable of, but hopefully we will see that Astra Honda out with his familiar looking pink helmet, and there it is. Sometimes you get lucky. So yeah, that's Irfan Ardiancia, who has not performed to his potential yet, the potential of him or his bike. He's an extremely good rider, and showed very well in Thailand with 2, let me see, fourth places. And behind him is his teammate, who looked supreme in the first round at Chang International Circuit until an unforced error sent him off in race 2, which left Helmi Asman free and clear to open up a lead over the rest of the field. Take that hugely impressive first win in the class. So it looks like Andy Farid is going a little bit quicker than Irfan at the moment. Mid corner, he's got a little bit more there than Irfan through that technical section. So let's just see as they go. It looks like. Andy's on, Andy Farid is on a quick lap here. Posted very fast time in sector 1, decent time in sector 2. He's moved in front, sure enough, of Irfan now. And his sector 3 time, we'll see in a moment. But this looks like a decent lap for Andy Farid. Irfan there trying to hold on because he needs to just pick his place up a little bit. Pace and his place, indeed. Tommy Asman still in the pit after his mishap. There's more than 10 minutes left in this session, so plenty of time to come out. But this is really about getting the bikes set up and in shape for qualifying and the race. So let's take a look now as these two Astra Hondas, Andy Farid first and Irfan Ardiancia second, come through to complete this lap. It's a 2:10.7 for Andy Farid to bump him up into third, and Irfan's time was 2:12, which lifts him up to 7th position. Thai Yamaha rider Ratapong Willerot is still in the pits. It's going to be good to see him coming out soon. So looking at the top there, the top 4 are all Hondas, 3 Bunsyus and an Astra. That Astra, that number 27, is in 3rd position. And Ratapong has just been moved down to 6th, as I said, by Ibrahim Noridin on that 2:11.25. He's on an outlap now, so we'll see what else we can expect from him. There he is on screen. And there is Irfan. He just pulled himself up to 7th. He's still shadowing Andy Farid Izdiha, which is a good idea, and as we said earlier, it's a strategy that works very well, or is made to work very well by Astra Honda, for riders to help each other in practice and qualifying to get good times. Irfan can't quite match the pace of Andy Farid, but hopefully it will benefit him to some extent. Top 2, Helmi and Pawi, are in the pits, 2 teammates. At these 2 teammates, they are just going past Kondanai Kiao, who's happily back on track again. And he's just held up there, Irfan going into that turn. So it's a little unfortunate. But good to see this new team to the series, the EEST NJT Racing team of Kondanai Kiao, back on track and making progress. Ferozi Torakatula is on an outlap. He's currently in P12. Chip Nakarin, who we saw a lot of in the early stages, 2:12, and in the pits currently. So that will be a little disappointing for him, because he needs to improve his pace and his speed as well. And there is Ratapong Willerot, currently in 7th on a 2:11.8. The 2018 champion. In 2018, the Supersport 600 class was the premier category in the Asia Road Racing Championship, and he was the final champion under that format. Championship which he clinched at his home circuit, Chang International. Emotional scenes we remember well. But he has a job to do now at Sepang International Circuit as Galang gets ready for another quick outing. There's just over 6 minutes left on the clock. So Galang Hendra currently in 8th position on a 2:12, going out to see what he can do to pick up the pace. Let's stay with Ratapong for a moment. Younger brother, of course, of Willerot, GP racer that many will remember right back from the 250 days. He's currently in the other camp with Honda, where he's a rider coach and doing a brilliant job there. We're in the Bunsu Honda pit now. Let's just see what's going on now with Azroy. Azroy's been doing well. His best time of 2:11. Ratapong still in 7th. Makes a return to pit lane. So that might be not much time to come in and go out again, unless it's a very quick stop to get another flying lap in. So he pulls up to the Yamaha Thailand garage. It is a quick stop. Quick work by the mechanics. And there is Andy Farid in the Astra Honda pit. He's going to go out again. Just change the tyre pressures a little. Tyre pressures incredibly important in racing, because it is the tyre that connects you to all that power to the track. So getting the tyres right, keeping them at the right temperature, keeping them at the right pressure is super important. Something that preoccupies racers and crew chiefs like nothing else. Tyres, of course, for this championship, all provided by Dunlop, who developed tyres specifically for this series. And in the 600s and the 1000s, for this season, they produced a brand new front tyre, which the riders seem pretty happy with. It gives them more stability under braking, particularly trail braking through the corners. So they've been giving the riders a little bit more time. And tomorrow we'll see another development from Dunlop, which is sticky qualifying tyres. So that's something to look forward to tomorrow morning, because that's the first time we've had qualifying tyres in the Asia Road Racing Championship. With Ibrahim Noridin at the moment. Pretty decent outing from him. In 5th place with a 11.012. He just moves himself up into 4th. 3/10 behind Istihar, who's in 3rd place. But that looks like his day is done, as that was a quick stop from Ratapong. He's back out on track now. There's 3 minutes left, so he's got time for one more flying lap. And he has been back on track. Together with his teammate, of course, Idam Pawi. So these two doing some formation flying here. They'll have one complete lap to get it right, and perhaps consolidate their positions at the top of the timing sheets. Let's see. But any time on track ahead of qualifying, which is tomorrow morning, is time well spent. We go back to Gavin Hendra, who is to improve that time since he came out a lap or so ago. He's on a 2:12.08, which puts him in 8th place. And he's just run wide, so it won't be this time around. He might get another lap in. Perhaps he's going to shadow Azroy. 20 machine, you can see on the right there. Let's see. I suspect he's going to tuck in behind him. Looking at the manufacturers, first 3 are Hondas. We've got the Yamaha of SIC, Yamaha of Ibrahim Noridin, and then we're back to Hondas for 5th and 6th, and then Yamaha for P7, and Ratapong Willerot, who is on our screen right on cue. So this will be his last lap of this session. And he's definitely got his business head on. Let's hope he can make an improvement on where he has been, because we haven't seen the best of this Yamaha or this rider yet here at Sepang. Body language says it all. It won't be for the want of trying if he does not improve. He should just about have enough space in front of him for not have anybody get in his way. Secure at the top are Helmi Asman and Untitled Andy Farid looks pretty solid in third place too, so those first three positions don't look under threat. Let's see what Ratacuri can do. Champion knows how to go fast. Whatever they've been sorting out on that bike, the last turn of the screw might just have got him to where he wants to be. Certainly looking quick through those turns. And he's got two riders ahead of him, but they won't trouble him. That's Azroy and Galang. Turn 15, so let's see what Ratapong's got from the hard work he did on that lap. Went down 10, 11 to 12.045, so slight improvement, but doesn't move him up from 7th place. To finish their outings, Irfan and Ibrahim both doing 2:13s, so they crossed the line together, so no improvement for them either, so no disturbance at the top. Unless Andy Farid can do something about it. 10.8, that's a very decent lap, so he's shown again that his pace is really good. That augurs well for the race, and how he comes through. And another good lap, 10.6, so he stays second, no disturbance at the top. So let's take a look at the times and summarise those. So Helmi Asman at the top with a 2:10.629. Second place just behind him is teammate Khairul Idam Pawi. Third place Andy Farid Izdihar. In fourth, and the best Yamaha, Ibrahim Noridin. In fifth, Azroy Hakim Anwar. Also another Boonsiu Honda in the top five. Irfan Ardiancia came through to sixth with a 2:11.7, and in seventh position Ratapong Willarot with a 2:11.8, and eighth Nakarin Atirapuvapat, and ninth Galang Hendra, who did a 2:12.081, and then followed by Krichaporn Kausonti on a 2:12.092 just behind him. So Izam Iqmal 2:13.054, Ferozi Torakatullah on 2:13.9, and Kondanaikut Kiao was not able to improve on his time of 2:18.769, but at least he's back in action. So that's the end of the free practice for the 600s today. They'll be on track tomorrow morning for qualifying, along with the 250s and along with the 1000s, which we have yet to see. So we're going to take a short break now and come back for the final free practice session of the day for the superbikes, the ASB 1000 class. We'll see you in 10 minutes.
So you join us here at the Bunsu Honda Racing Team paddock with none other than Helmi Azwan. So Helmi, you've been strong all throughout all the practice sessions, and in the third practice session you were the fastest. Do you feel that you have the potential to really pull away, or do you think that there's going to be a challenge from the other teams and manufacturers?
Yeah, for this weekend, I give more 100% to focus to practice here, and also for the weekend. Yes, for today, I'm very happy with my with my result positive now. So I try to get more faster, but because temperature was so hot, and yes, I'm so happy for today.
Right, and on top of that, your teammates also have been exceptional. I think I saw Kari Idampawi just a few tenths of your timing, and even the likes of Azrai. Do you think that you guys have an advantage having two other riders in the same team for the race coming up ahead?
Yeah, also many people ask me to fighting. Many people say many competitor for this weekend. Also, even my teammate to bike, Azrai also Khairul, he is also fast here. So I try to maintain for my momentum. Yes, of course, Khairul Pawi and Azrai not so bad for today. We close with my time. So yeah, let's see we qualifying to tomorrow and also race one.
Thank you so much, Helmi, and back to Barry in the studio.
Flying tomorrow. Now we're waiting for the start of the third practice session for the ASB 1000 class, the superbike class. So far we've seen the supreme dominance of Zakwan Zaidi in the first two sessions. He topped the first one with a best lap time of 2:07.9, and in the second session, I haven't got that data quite through yet, but he was also pretty fast, convincingly fast. He was half a second clear at the top. After a disappointing start to the season at Chang International in Thailand, Aslan Shah and also Adam Noridin on the for 1XOX TKKR BMW have come back strongly too. So we've seen some interesting things. What's been missing has been too much sight of the Ducatis, the Access Plus Ducatis. We've seen TJ Alberto mostly in free practice 2. We saw him a little bit in free practice 1, but nothing of Titipong Warakorn. So something is afoot there, and we're missing him on track because he could really upset the order. The sensation, as he was in Buriram of the first two sessions, was Haruki Noguchi, who jumped up to snatch second place behind Zakwan in free practice 2. You can see we're just the green flags waving there in pit lane, and the first bike rolls out onto the circuit. Let's see as it comes into view who it is. I think it's Pasawit Titiwararak, the Thai Honda rider. But here they come now. Also, we've had plenty of action too from the two Yamaha Thailand riders, Apiwat Wongtananon and Anuparb Samoon, who are always a threat. And no doubt we'll see some more of them too. And I think that's Apiwat coming out there. Can't quite see the numbers from this distance, but everybody's coming out on track for their out laps. I think that's Aslan Shah coming out, and also I think that was Cosmo Daniel coming out on that plain bodyworked Yamaha. The other big news, pleasing news from this, is that Yuki Ito, who had a really disappointing outing in Thailand in round 1, is very much back on form. And and I think he can't get the stats up right now, but I think he was P3 in free practice 2. And we're on board now with Zakwan Zaidi, so welcome to the masterclass. Right behind him, he's got the impudent Haruki Noguchi. Haruki Noguchi, who's brought a lot of colour to this championship. Super Sport 600 champion from the All Japan series. That's Aslan just taking a look around at the scenery. So we've got on board with him too. But it's good to see this on-board camera work, and it's good to see Aslan Shah, the defending champion from 2019, back at the front of the field. So he just has a look around on his outlap, testing the brakes there, and he goes off again, so he's not too happy with something. He's playing with the adjusters there on his handlebars and testing the brakes, but 3 riders here who are not testing the brakes. It's Cosmo Daniel, Adam Noridin, and it's the 3rd rider coming through there, but one of the Yamahas. Is that Yuki Ito? Let's see, as the times will start to come up now. That's Casper. Obviously saving the livery bodywork for race day. They're sensibly using just a plain fairing for free practice. But the bike does look rather splendid in its normal livery. Let's just try and get a sight of who's that behind. Might be, just looking at that rear end sliding style, that might be Anupab Samoon just behind these two. But these riders straight down to business. That looks like that's a whip, is it, in the pits there? Let's just take a look. We haven't got too much information on the timing screens at the moment, so let's just look at what we can see from the body language. We can see Casper Daniel getting down to it and looking quick. And we can see his compatriot Adam Noridin chasing him. Of course, his younger brother Ibrahim is becoming one of the leading lights in the Super Sport 600 class. They were both in Super Sport last time out, the last season. All right, so we're talking about 2019. But it looks like as the timing screen starts to come to life that at the top, the early leader is Pasawit Titi Radarak, the Asti mode, as Casmo gets well out of shape under braking, therefore turn 15. And sensibly just takes the run off, gets the other riders through safely, and comes back to try again on the next lap. And as the positions start to settle down, Abiwak Moktananon, another Thai rider, has jumped to the top with a 208.44. Adam Noridin is in 2nd place currently on a 209.4, and Anupab, who we saw briefly, on 210.2, and Pasawit, who had the briefest moment at the top there, is now on 210.8. 5th currently, and good to see him on track, is TJ Alberto, now 6th. As Yuki Ito jumps to 2nd place on the timing sheets in the early stages of this session. There's still 33 minutes left, it's a 40-minute session. So plenty to go. And of course Zakwan Zaidi will have something to say about the running order as we take a look at him. As he gets the anchors on for turn 15. So this looks like an outlap time. but he will certainly be having something to say as the session unfolds. But a very decent time from Apiwat there on 2:08. It's an XOX mechanic there working on Aslan Shah's bike. I think you can see that there's a bit of factory support there in the shape of the guy standing just talking to him now. As we get back with Zakwan, who's also running an onboard camera. But yeah, he's getting down to business now, so watch the timing sheets. So the familiar style we're seeing from Zakwan now of tidy, fast control. So let's take a look at his times. 70 times. Not much of a clue there yet. So Anupab Samoon has got himself up behind his Yamaha Thailand racing teammate as the order changes again. He got up to second, but Yuki Ito bumped him back down into third. So Yuki Ito regains his second place in the table here, just 2 tenths, less than 2 tenths behind Apiwat. Real mainstay of this series, Yuki Ito. Much admired for his spirit, his speed, and his love of racing. He's one of these riders that you can see really enjoys what he does. Zakwan comes across on his first flying lap, and that is 209.1. So it's in the ballpark, but there's surely more to come. Can expect to see him in the 207s, probably. First pace in this class, we can probably expect something like a 208, I think. Looking at TJ Alberto there behind Anupab Samoon. TJ Alberto, I don't know if it's the gear change on that Ducati, but he always seems to be stamping on the brake lever as he changes down. If we see Titipong on track, it will be interesting to see how he changes gear, or changes down anyway. So usually we see Anupab running with his teammate Apiwat in practice, but not this time. Casper Daniel is now up into second, ahead of his teammate Yuki Ito. He's got himself a 208.572. So another almost a tenth quicker than Yuki, who's coming across the line to record another lap now. 208.0. He's jumped to the top. So Yuki's showing some good pace. He's been in those low 208s. And now he's just on the threshold of the 207, so really nice work from the Japanese rider. Speaking of which, we haven't seen anything of yet, or who we haven't seen anything of yet, is Naoki Noguchi, who is in the pit currently. So hopefully we'll see something of him. Also we need to see in this session. And shout out also to Ahmed Daniel Heikel, who's on a 212. So he's improving too. Paswit Titiwararak, 210, that's 210.4, that's pretty decent for him. Gary Salim, pretty much on the pace we saw in earlier sessions. Getting used to this superbike class in his own way. He's a rider who doesn't rush at things. He's making decent progress. He doesn't underestimate the challenge of stepping up from 600s to 1000s. And if you saw how he responded to a question at the press conference yesterday about what's the biggest challenge of stepping up from 600 to 1000s, then you will have seen he basically said, oh my god, it's everything. Speed, the electronics, everything is a very different game at this pinnacle of production bike racing. As we look again to this very fast Cosmo Daniel, who's got his groove on, and it's the first rider into the 207s. He's clocked 207.737. So he's put himself almost 0.3 of a second ahead of everybody else. How will Yuki Ito, who just got knocked off that top place, respond? He's put together some really good laps. He's not on it this time around. Pasawit coming into the beg your pardon. That's Gary Salim coming into the pits now for Honda Asia Dream Racing. Sorry for the slip. And Aslan Shah's back on track, so let's see what he can do as he comes up, I believe, to start the flying lap now. Always good to see Aslan Shah on any track, but especially his home track of Sepang. So, just as a reminder, we've got Casper Daniel at the top, and Ito in P2 for the Yamaha Gen Blue Racing team. So they are number 1 and number 2. So that's going to make that team happy, and what will make Yamaha happy is that Apiwat Tananon and Anupam Samoon for Yamaha Thailand are in P3 and P4. Even better than that, Adam Noridin, another Yamaha, is in 5th. Fastest non-Yamaha is Zakwan Zaidi in 6th place. Let's just look at his progress. No, he's not on it at the moment. He's had a slow sector 1, sector 2, so this won't be a fast lap for Zakwan. But 25 minutes left. He's just shadowing Aslan Shah at the moment. See, so Aslan is good sector 1, decent sector 2. Zakwan's not quite staying in contact with him, I think. Let's see, Zakwan is taking his time through most of these sectors. So let's see as they come down the back straight. For Zakwan, the next lap is likely to be a flyer or in a few minutes, because they're coming into the pits. So there we are. So that leaves Casper Daniel on top, followed by his teammate Yuki Ito, and then the 2 Thai Yamahas of Apiwat and Anupam, and the Malaysian SIC Yamaha of Adam Noridin. Zakwan is the best of the rest on the Honda. He's recorded a best time so far of 209.1. But we know we're going to see him in the 207s. Pasawit also comes in to take a break. And you can see there, this is noted as the CBL 1000 RRR. With the space between the first 2 R's and the third one. So Pasawit, decent job for him, 210.4. Apiwat cruising around towards the pit lane entrance too. So in he comes, so it's all going to go a little bit quiet. And we can watch what's happening here, so some changes for Aslan, front tyre change. So, fresh rubber for these guys. TJ Alberto, still on track. His best time, 2:10.9. That's okay. That's Gary Salim. Looks like he's about to go out and return to the track. Yep, here he comes. So he'll have some me time on the track with everybody else except for TJ Alberto in the pits. Bit of work and some fresh rubber going on to the CBR 1000 RRR of Zakwan Zaidi. And like all the really excellent teams we've been observing today, everything's getting done quickly, but it looks unhurried. While Gary goes on his outlap. Well, he's virtually got the circuit to himself. Gary, of course, was 250 champion. Then moved into 600s, where he had a couple of wins. I remember a double win he had very well at his home circuit at Centaur, which would have been about 2018, I think. So we look now at Yuki Ito in the Gen Blue Yamaha pit, just getting ready to make his return to action. Really good pace from him in the first part of this free practice session. So you have to say you fancy Yuki Ito because of the consistency of the lap times he was doing. He's got 21 minutes left, so let's see what his strategy is next. He's currently in second, 0.265 of a second, slower than Cosmo Daniel, his teammate. This is his home circuit. There again is TJ Alberto. But the mystery so far this session is, where is Haruki Noguchi? We haven't seen him yet. We haven't seen too much of Aslan. He's been out a couple of times, but back in. And Zakwan has had a quiet session too. So the plot thickens here at Sepang International Circuit as we get into the last half of this ASB 1000 free practice session number 3. Let's put the clock on TJ Alberto, see what he can do with this Panigale. It's never a bad thing to take a look at Ducati being driven at speed. Here it's in the hands of the reigning Philippine Superbike champion, Timothy Joseph, otherwise known as TJ Alberto. He stamps down on the gear lever to complete the lap here. This isn't a bad one. 2:10.6. So that's decent. Decent for him. I think with the delays and problems and lack of track time they've had, that's a pretty decent performance for TJ Alberto on that Ducati. Here's another look at Aslan is back out on track. He showed well in the first 2 practice sessions, but been a little bit quiet in this one. He was playing with the brakes, playing with the controls on the left handlebar earlier, and not looking that comfortable. So experimenting with something, or something's not quite right. But hopefully we'll see more of him in this second half of free practice 3. TJ Alberto we were just talking about, has done the most laps. So shout out for him for his work rate. He's done 8 laps. And Daniel Heikel for Victor Racing. His best time is a 2:12 so far. And he's lying in 10th place. So Aslan coming across the line now, so he's going to start the flying lap. Looking at the stands here, which are so distinctive at Sepang International Circuit, it seems like a good moment to remind everybody listening that if you're in Malaysia or with easy reaching distance of Sepang, like in a neighbouring country or something, then spend the money on the flight, because you don't need to buy any tickets to come here. And so tickets are free all weekend, and you will see some of the best motorsport that the world has to offer, without any exaggeration. The racing is always close, the quality of the machines and the riders is world class. And speaking of which, we're looking again at Yuki Ito. Yuki, I think, is on an outlap currently, but lying in second place with a 2:08.002. And his pace has been really good. This will be the start of his first flying lap of this second part of the session. Looking kind of lonely on that main straight as he goes into turn 1 to get on with his first flying lap. But great to see Yuki back to work and at full power. Again, a big change direction there. The front wheel pops up. You have to lean down on it, and here comes his biggest rival in this session and his Gen Blue Racing teammate, Cosmo Daniel. Although his bike isn't blue, it's currently running a plain black fairing. You see the wheel pop up again just before that change of direction, just like his teammate. Casper running really well with that 2:07.737. That's the best time anybody has done today in all 3 sessions. Usually we see the best times posted in session 2. Talking about best times, let's see what Zakwan Zaidi has to say about his fellow countrymen topping the timesheets. He's had quite a long break, and he had a quiet first stint in FP3. So let's see what he has to say now. He's currently in 6th position with a best time of 2:09. Previous best times were 2:07.9 in free practice 1 and 2:08.3 in free practice 2. So business time for Aslan Shah. He's put himself into 7th position with a best time of 2:09.7. And he's just done a couple of decent sector times. Sectors 1, Sector 2. So he's pushing that TK1XOX TKKR BMW. Like all the TKKR machines, it's beautifully turned out in that green and white livery. Not too fancy, but distinctive and distinguished. So here he comes down the back straight to turn 15. So let's see how many seconds it takes him to get to the line as he comes to the corner exit at 2:02, 2:03. He's going to get to the line in 2:09.2. So that isn't enough to move him up, but it's a decent time anyway. Cosmo Daniel on an outlap. But nobody has come too close to his best time so far in this session of 207.737. And there's his teammate back in the pits. He had a busy first half of this FP3, but perhaps tweaking the setup a bit and getting himself ready for qualifying tomorrow morning. Cosmo continues his mission. He's been at the top of the timesheet here for a while. Tananon is in the pits. Anupam Samoon is on an outlap. Adam Noridin, we haven't seen too much of him, but he's sitting okay in 5th position. As we look there at Gary Salim taking a break in the pits for a debrief. Okay, here comes Casper into turn 15. Looks like it's going to be a 209-ish. 208.6. So a decent time, decent pace, but not close to his best time of 207.7. There is Apiwat Mongtananon leaving the Yamaha Thailand pit. That might be Gary Salim just pulling out after him. We'll soon see. Anupam Samoon is somewhere out there on his outlap. Oh, and there is Haruki Noguchi following out the Thai Yamaha. It's the first time we've seen him in this session. There's still 11 minutes left. He doesn't need too long to put in a good time. So let's see what the young Japanese rider can do. It's always fun when we see him pull the pin. And he jumped in free practice too. He jumped from nowhere into P2 behind Zach Wan late in the session. So let's see what he can do this time. Adjustment still going on. Aslan Shah's bike. It's clearly not in the running order that he ideally wants. Zach Wan has just jumped up into P2 with a 207.9. So he's pushed Yuki into third place, but Zach Wan was inevitably going to have a say at the top of the timesheets here, and he's not finished yet with more than 10 minutes remaining before the checkered flag comes out. And we get the privilege of watching the master at work here once again through the technical parts of this Sepang circuit over the crest. Everything under control, don't want to jinx him, but and we're back on board with him. Onboard technology going well. A little wobble as he came out of there. He does ride with the back end loose, but as we were discussing earlier, it could be that because I'm going to put a bit more weight onto the front of this bike, so they've jacked up the back a little bit, and that makes it quite loose. It often looks loose under hard acceleration too, but that will stop the bike wheeling. Wheelie looks great, but it's terrible for your straight line speed. Nice shot there, alone on the track. So he's one of two riders in the 207s now. Casper still holding a fairly decent lead, almost 2/10 over Zach Wan. Zach Wan doesn't look like he's working hard now, but let's see what happens as he comes up here. I don't think he's going to threaten the top spot. Oh, but he is threatening it. It's 207.759, so 22 hundredths of a second behind Cosmo Daniel. So the heat is on. Cosmo Daniel, he's holding on by his fingernails to that top spot in free practice 3. Yuki Ito now on an outlap. So is Apiwat. So is Anupab. So is Adam Noridin. There's Nan Shah having his bike worked on, as we saw. Paswit Tidiwararak, going well in this session, is also on an outlap. Yuki Noguchi, looks like he's pulled straight back into the pit, so something's not quite right there as we look at Anupab run wide to let Paswit Tidiwararak go through. There used to be a lot of rivalry in Thai racing, but these guys here, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 if you include Titipong in this class. They all get on pretty well now. Famously, about a decade ago, there was quite a bitter rivalry between Apiwat and Titipong. But they're older and wiser and a lot friendlier these days. Cosmo's last lap was 208.3, so he's showing good pace. That looks like Yuki Ito. As he gets around his outlap. There is Zakwan with Apiwat just behind him. Most riders, that would be a pretty uncomfortable situation to have somebody as aggressive as Apiwat behind you, but it's not going to trouble Zakwan. He's not that close, and Zakwan is looking really confident. So we go back to Yuki Ito. P3. 208 and very nearly into the 207. It's 208.002. And running a good pace through this practice session. As has Cosmo Daniel, we have to say. Adam Noridin too, also looking good. Shah is rejoining with 5 minutes left on the clock. Watching Yuki Ito now. It's sector 1 and sector 2 times okay, but not going to break any records by the look of it. Let's see how he puts together the next 2 sectors. Apiwat looking good through sector 3. Looking pretty good in sectors 1 and 2. Good time through sector 3 for Apiwat. Ito, this is a decent lap, again showing his pace, but it's not going to change the order at the top. As he comes up to brake for turn 15. Nice and tidy from the Japanese rider. Gent blue Yamaha ASEAN machine. And he goes across in 208.4. Very good pace again from him. It's 0.7 off his best time, but it's pretty decent. And let's watch now Anupab as he comes through. This looks like a 208 for him coming up, maybe. Let's see, it's a 208. Yeah, 0.78. So he's not quite his best, but pretty respectable time. Aslan Shah again on an out lap. He's done quite a few of those, but not so many flying laps. Hopefully he's in shape for the last few minutes. He'll get this one and another one in if he wants to. So let's see what kind of disturbance the Malaysian defending champion can cause to this free practice 3 session. But the mystery man for this session is Haruki Noguchi. We saw him out very briefly and then back into the pits. So hopefully we can get some news from there to see what the problem is. The other rider missing from your screens, it's looking increasingly likely that we're not going to see the number 100 Ducati, Sepang Warakorn, who hasn't been out on track today because of the schedule of these sessions today. I haven't had a chance to go down and take a look, but if we hear from Daniel later, maybe he'll have some news. As we just stay with Aslan Shah for a few minutes, he's looking steady through the first 2 sectors, so he's probably going to end up with a decent 2:09-ish kind of time. But this has been very much a broken session for him. So as he comes into turn 15, familiar leg out. As he exits the turn, it looks like maybe late 2:08, early 2:09. Okay. So the pace is okay, but he really needs to put a few laps together as he gets out of shape under braking for turn 1. Always aggressive when he gets his head down. Aslan Shah, great rider to watch. He looks one of these riders that looks out of control but in control at the same time. Spectacular. Zakwan is in the pit. We just saw him in the pits, so his day is done. Checkered flag is going to come out in just 15 seconds from now. So this will be Yuki Ito's last flying lap. Great performance from him all the way through this session. I would say he's probably the most impressive rider for his pace and consistency. Perhaps along with Casper, who is at the top of the timesheets. They've both been lapping really consistently. So well done as we just take a look at his pits. Those guys should be happy with what they've just done in this session. This will be the last time around at speed for Yuki. I'm suspecting it's going to be another very decent low 2:08 as he comes across the line. But it's even more decent 2:07. That's still in third, but that makes him one of 3, and the team are pretty happy with that. Well done, guys. You've got 2 riders in the top 3 and 2 riders under 2:08. So that's a very nice day's work after we missed them in the first session. So that's a great recovery. I think that's Gary Salim out on track there. Let's just take a look. As he comes around, yeah, that's the number 31. His best time so far has been 2:09.5, so a nice improvement for Gary. He's going to see how he goes as he jumps out. This looks like maybe an early 2:09. Let's see. Late 2:09. That's 2 seconds off the fastest time, but very good progress for Gary Salim. So here come the results from free practice 3 for the ASB 1000s. Fastest for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing, Casper Daniel, Noridin 207.737, closely followed by Zakwan Zaidi on 2.7.759, and almost as closely by Yuki Ito on another 207. Fourth, Apiwat Wongtananon. Fifth, Adam Noridin. Sixth, Anupab Samoon on a 208.6. Seventh, Aslan Shah with that slightly fragmented session on the 209, and also a 209 for Pasawit Titiwararak. Gary Salim, we were just watching, 209.5. TJ Alberto 210.4, almost a second back. Daniel Heikel for Victor Racing 211.7, and no times recorded, disappointingly, for both Haruki Noguchi and Titipong Warrakorn. And so it's time for another short break. We'll be back for the second practice session of the TVS Asia 1 make. Welcome back to Sepang International Circuit, and the last session of the day for this Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship Round 2. This late session is for the TVS One Make Asia One Make Championship, a new and very welcome addition to the ARRC portfolio. This is specifically designed to help bring riders through, developing riders often from countries not so established in motorcycle racing. But these machines, the TVS Apache, it's an Indian manufacturer, just to remind you. In fact, the third biggest manufacturer in India, a very serious company. And we're just gonna go to Daniel, who's going to talk to Casper Daniel.
So we are now at the Yamaha Gem Blue paddock with none other than Cosmo Daniel, Cosmo Udin. So Cosmo, you had a bit of a difficult Buriram round, DNF in race 2, but so far now in the free practice 1 all the way until free practice 3, you've been strong and you're fastest. And all this while we thought the Honda of Zakwan would be way ahead. So have you made a lot of changes in coming into free practice 3 to keep up with the Hondas?
So I'm unlucky in the race 2 in Buriram because my engine was broke, and also in here FP1 my engine also was broke. The team make a really good job because put a new engine for us, and also we have make a good time 07. But I know my lap time was not too much fast, because also all the riders still find the good setup for tomorrow qualifying. And in overall, I'm so happy with my time.
And also like that, I noticed the Yamahas, you were running a hard front and a medium rear, is that correct? Is that a choice that was made by the Yamaha team? Because I noticed the Hondas were running a soft rear and a hard front. So are the Yamahas behaving better with the medium rear?
No, Yuki also used front medium and the rear was soft. But only me, I don't know why I cannot get the good feeling on the soft. But I only have, also in the testing, my good time and my best time was hard medium. When I use soft, I cannot make a good time. I don't know why, maybe my feeling was not so good in the soft.
Okay, thank you so much, Cosmo, and good luck for qualifying in the race tomorrow.
Thanks, Daniel, and congratulations to Casper for a fantastic free practice 3 session, and we look forward to seeing what Yuki and Casper can pull out of the bag tomorrow in qualifying. We're back here with the last session of the day, which is for the TVS Asia One Make Championship. And on your screen there you can see the number 1 bike on the TVS Apache of Jagan Kumar, a well-established racer in India, and I think a former Indian Superbike champion. But this isn't all about India. It's good to see an Indian manufacturer in this international championship, and it's good to see some Indian riders on the bikes. But there are also riders from the Philippines, from Japan, from Australia, and from another country that are in this series. You're looking there at the number 2 bike, which has got Agun Septian on board. These TVS Apaches, these are the top level of the production bikes. They've been homologated for this championship. They've got significantly reduced weight and significantly increased power over the standard road-going machine, which includes carbon fibre bodywork, so no expense being spared. on these 310cc machines. And it's worth mentioning the rider in your screen now, Warapong Malahuan. He's actually the leader of this project. He's a very accomplished Thai racer who was brought into TVS to help them develop this project. So he's done a lot of work on the development of the bike to get it ready for racing. He's done a lot of work in rider development and led the recent selection of the 15 riders who are joining this championship. The intention was for him just to be the coach, but in the end there was a decision that he should actually go out on track and act as the pace setter, so they've got a target. So that's Warapong's job. He's done very well in the AP 250 series in the past on a TVS machine, putting it amongst the leaders, and I think taking a 5th place finish at Sepang, no less. So he knows his way around here, and he is very excited about the potential of the TVS Apache. So when you're looking at the timing screens and you see Warapong at the top, you should see him at the top, but that's not really the object of the exercise. He's sitting there at the top on a 2:31, almost dead, and just behind him Deki Tiono Aldi on a 2:31.156. Then behind him is number 4, another Thai rider, Ratapong Kaumun, and the Filipino Kuinain's Gobert Ji Chang, and Fitri Ashraf just behind him, followed by Harit Farhan Baharin. So let's have a look at some of these riders as they go past. We just saw the Warapong go through. There's the number 5 machine of Deepak Ravi Kumar, one of the Indian riders who has been to Japan, been to Sepang before. I think possibly with the Suzuki Asian Challenge. He's lapping there with the number 9 bike of James Frederick Jacobs. And that's Faris Felix Fleming on the number 10 bike going through. And there goes the rider. He locked the front there going, and it bumped up and threw him off. Didn't catch the number just before he launched himself, but the visor's off as well, a bang on the head, so it's probably a good idea if he takes a break. There's only 10 minutes left in this session. He's holding his arm too, so let's just look again what happened. Yeah, he locked up the front. And down he went, and that was a bang on the head, so that young man, that is Harit Farhan Baharin, needs to take a break. This is a hard sport, and that was a hard session for him. Hopefully he'll be all right. No concussion, no lasting damage, touch wood. That's the number 9 machine of James Frederick Jacobs just going through as these bikes get up to speed. So we've got, this is interesting now, Warapong Malahuan is on 2:28.6. So that's a pretty competitive time if he was in the AP 250 class, which is a good benchmark to look at, and I know that Warapong himself is looking at it. 14 Wacharan Tuptimon. He's a very fast jump rider from Thailand. He just follows through Deepak Ravi Kumar. India has been doing a lot to develop riders. Honda have been very active, and now their homegrown manufacturer TVS is very much in the mix. They've been running one make series to help develop riders in the Indian domestic series, so they're well known on the racing scene in India, and it's really great to see them here. That's Fitri Ashraf going through. He's put himself into 2nd place, so in other words 1st place if you take out the team coach Warapong. He's got a 2:30.069, which again would be no disgrace in the AP 250. looking down the lap times, we've got 2 riders in the 2:30s. Dekitiano Aldi, the other one. Watcherin and Natapon, the 2 Thais, are running closely on 2:31.1s. And then we've got Kerwin Hines Goldberg Ji Chang, also on the 2:31. And also appearing in this class is Miu Nakahara, who we've seen previously in ARRC and under Bones, and in AP 250s too. So she's now joining this championship, and she's on currently 2:37.3. That's Kerwin going through, followed by Fitri Ashraf, local rider. One of 2 or 3 in this championship as we look at, that's Fitri Ashraf going through. Knows his way around the circuit, and he's making a very good job of it on this TVS Apache. And, turning back to India, they ran domestic championships all the way through the worst moments of the pandemic. They managed to keep things going, so they kept the riders in practice. And look at this, here's a real big group, consisting of most of the field coming through. That's number 11, that's Kerwin, and that's the man lying in second, Fitri Ashraf. Second behind Warapong, which is really first, if you get my drift. So nice job from Fitri Ashraf. Similarly nice job from Dekitiano Aldi, who's in 3rd position. They begin another lap, so let's watch the sector times to see how we go. There's a rider just run off and rejoined. So Fitri is being chased here by Kerwin, who's on the lookout for a quick time, so it'll be good to watch how these progress, although they're coming up behind some other riders. And Kerwin just got out of shape then, so this won't be a particularly fast lap for him. We've also got Harit Farhan Barin in 7th position. He's on a 2:32. And it looks as though he's knocking on the door of a 2:31. Looking at sector times, Natapon is on the move, and so is Varis Felix Fleming as they go through sector 2. But the track is busy now with 2, 3, 4, about 10 bikes together there, and just behind them KY Ahmed. Behind them is the number 6, that's Miu Nakahara, followed by Dekitiano Aldi. So Kerwin's caught back up after that small error, and he's looking good. A Warapong. Sorry, A is his nickname. Warapong is on 2:28.6 at the head of this field. Not sure if he's still out on track. Let's take a look. He's running number 7. But here's this group being led by Natapon and Agon Septian, who could be about to record a faster time. Looking a bit scrappy there as those riders sort themselves out going through 2:15, but let's see how this shakes down. With 2:34s, 2:31 there for Natapon. That's a decent effort for him. And 2:30.6 for Fitri. So he's showing good pace. Similarly, Dekitiano Aldi. Oh, sorry, he's in the pits. So a little bit of flickering going on here on the timing screen. So now we're looking at Natapon, the number 4, followed by Agun Septian on the number 2 machine. That's number 8, that's Keiwa Ahmed goes through, and we're looking back now at Miyu Nakahara, the Japanese, and the only female rider in this class. Like I said, she's got some history in ARRC, having run underbones and in AP 250s. It's good to see her back here at Sepang. Always a bright and breezy presence in the paddock. So now at the top we've got 4 riders in the 230s. They are Fitri Ashraf, Deki Jono Aldi, Natapon and Kerwin Heinz Goldberg G Chang. Watcher in Tubtimon, the highly regarded watcher in Tubtimon, is currently lying 6th ahead of Arin Faran Bahrain. Looking for people who could be on the move. Arshad Rusdi has put in some good sector times, so he could be about to push himself up the order somewhat. Jacob Kumar, who's being quiet, is not sure if he's on an out. He might be on an outlap at the moment. As we just go back to Miyu Nakahara. No change at the top, but I'm impressed by 4 riders in the 230s as Miyu Nakahara pulls off into pit lane. And there goes Hayato Kobayashi, another Japanese rider in this series, the number 12. Currently in 13th position. And he's being chased by Kerwin, one of the riders in the 230s. And Hayato Kobayashi, number 12, let's take a little look at him. His best time so far is 2:33.7. But the riders that come through from Japan to ARRC are normally quick, whether at this level or indeed at the superbikes, where Haruki Noguchi, of course, has caused a big stir. That's Kerwin looking quite comfortable at the front of that group, ahead of Kobayashi. Following behind is Agun Septian, number 2, who's having a good outing here. He's best time of a 2:31.9, so he's put himself into the 2:31s. Checkered flag is out now. So the last time around, as we track Paris Felix Fleming, the Australian, Arshad Rusdi, Agun Septian and Hayato Kobayashi. Sorry for the brief silence. It's been a long day, and I just needed to give my throat a little treatment with some water. So as we said, Kerwin looking pretty comfortable leading this group. He's being followed now by James Frederick Jacobs as they sort themselves out for turn 15. 2 riders running a little bit wide there. Slipstreaming, a little bit of practice for tomorrow. Last rider we're looking at going through there is number 14, Watcher in, and he put himself into 2nd place. He got a 2:29.749 on that last lap. He was lying in 4th or 5th place, but had a really good lap, a really clever lap to put himself up into that position. That's really nice work from him. He's just a second slower than Vorapong. who's the pace setter. So let's take a look at those times. Of course, we've got Warapong Malahuan, the team coach, at the top, 228.69. But thanks to that terrific last lap from Watcherin, he's second with a 220 times, 0.749. Fitriya shifts on a 230, as is Deki. Tiano Aldi in fourth. Natapon is fifth on a 230. Kewed Ahmad also on a 230, as is Kerwin, who is looking pretty good late in that session. Varys Felix Fleming is in 8th position. 9th, James Frederick Jacobs. 10th, Agun Septiam. Those two in the 231s. In the 232s, Arsiad Rusti and Harit Farhan Baharin in 12th. 13th, Jagan Kumar. 14th, Kyoto Kobayashi. Deepak Ravi Kumar is in 15th, and Mew Nakahara in 16th on 235. That brings us to the end of a terrific time today with three free practice classes for the big three classes and qualifying for the underbones, and we've taken our first looks at the TVS Championship. We'll be back tomorrow morning here at Sepang International with the underbone warm-up ahead of the Super Bowl competition. So join us tomorrow morning at 8:20 here at Sepang Sepang International Circuit.